Oh, what the? I don't know, dude. I don't know, dude. I'm inhaling liquids more and more often, right on a daily. That's weird. Something's wrong with my throat. So they have an Air Force now. Did y'all know that? Whoa! 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 What's going on, man? It's Wednesday. It's actually trash day, but I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. You can't make me. I'm skipping a week. I do that. I do that shit. I skip weeks. I skip weeks at a time sometimes on that trash bullshit. Because it's just a me here, and I got 2 big ass trash cans just for me. Why do I need to do it every week? I don't need to do that. I don't need to walk out there once a week to do that. It's something I don't need to touch that thing. I don't need to do all that. Not this guy. I let it ride. I let it ride for 2 weeks sometimes. That shit ride. Hey man, I put it in a bag though. I know some people, they let it ride. They just put it straight in the trash bin with no bag. Now that's foul. Multiple levels foul. Ugh. The maggots get to growing. If the flies can get to the food, the maggots get to growing. As long as the maggots don't grow, it's okay. What am I talking about? What are you talking about? Morning, Nathan Randleman. Gino Fast. Hey, Ashish. In and out. Okay. We'll allow it this once. This once, just today. You got your request shit in there, I see. So that's good. Noted. This is, dude. This is my new single. I'm gonna put some tracks on this, and this is gonna be ours. We're gonna make something of this. I can actually do that with any of these, with any of this music. If I ever wanted to just lay my own. I could sell that if I wanted to, even actually, because this music's all theoretically it's mine because I bought it. It's my copyright now. The way I could put something on it and then sell it, and then make it mine. I could be like, yeah, that's mine. I did that. It's kind of fucked up, but I could. That's pretty sick. I'd listen to that at least once a year. So this is the Taliban, by the way. Look at it. They're doing it like North Korea back in the day. Oh, yeah, North Korea still does it like this, but they have nukes that don't work and shit. This is about an hour ago or so. This was televised, promoted by the Taliban as being their new army, I guess. What do you think? Hold on, let me get a bit of a review for you, buddy. Okay, now no, that's not all. That's not all we got. Come on. It's good.
Chinese guys, man.
Better not be British. You better not be British, dude, because I will ban you for that shit. British B ever comes in here and does that, he's gone, dude. He doesn't smoke weed. Do you smoke weed? Rebel, do you smoke weed? Do you smoke weed? Who did it? Who did it? Gino Pass? You better be smoking a joint right now.
Let me ask a question that everyone is asking. What has the US achieved after 20 years of war?
All right,
What's the
a
biggest
roll
highlight?
Roll a bowl.
They removed the Taliban from power to replace them with the Taliban.
Oh, it's Trump
Plus,
China.
They gifted the
I'm
Taliban
gonna change
an Air
that
Force,
actually
a complete
to
fleet
China.
and latest weapons.
CHYNA
And if you think this is a one-off,
right now.
then think again. The world over, America has armed terror groups, some by design, others by default. I'll start with the Taliban. Look at their new air defense capabilities. The first video is from the Kandahar airport. This one. It features two iconic pieces of US military hardware, the C-208 transport aircraft, which costs $2 million each.
There's
And the
China with a Y.
MD-530F helicopter cost $2.4 million each. Both are now in the Taliban's hands. How many do they have? Well, we cannot say. Here's the second video, though.
China.
This one's from the Herat airport. It shows the Taliban boarding two Mi-17 HIP helicopters. The lowest price for this aircraft is $16.4 million per unit. $16.4 million. Here's another video, again from the Kandahar airport. It shows the Taliban with two American UH-60 Black Hawk helicopters, cost $5.9 million each. Next video from the Mazar-e-Sharif airport. It shows the Taliban posing in front of another MD-530F helicopter. I'll repeat the cost, $2.4 million. These are big, expensive war machines, and we don't know how many of these are with the Taliban now. The Afghan Air Force was operating a fleet of at least 167 aircraft, all developed and supplied by the United States of America. This included 43 MD-530 helicopters,
Those are
33 C-208 transport planes, 33 UH-60 Black Hawks, 23 A-29 light attack planes, 32 Mi-17 helicopters, and 3 C-130 Hercules aircraft.
What?
And these are the official figures.
We left him
released by the
those?
US Special Inspector
Hercules?
General for Afghanistan Reconstruction. How many of these 167 are with the Taliban? Well, there's no official figure. Some of them were flown out of the country, but according to independent websites, most of these aircraft have been geolocated within Afghanistan, meaning they're still there, either with the Taliban or some other terrorist group. What will they do with this fleet?
They could sell it.
They don't know how to fly them, but they know how to force pilots to fly them.
Oh, yeah, that too.
A lot of Afghan pilots have stayed behind in the country. They might be getting job offers. They're not allowed to refuse. It's a dangerous situation. Scary. Terrorists in control of state-of-the-art weapons. Who is to be blamed for this? The country that wages wars to support its arms manufacturers, the United States of America. Now, Washington says that these aircraft were meant for Afghan forces. Sure they were. But did the Americans really expect the Taliban to rule the country and not touch the American war chest? Last week, 69 US lawmakers wrote to President Biden asking him questions like these. Does he have a plan to ensure the Taliban do not get nuclear weapons? They haven't got an answer, and they should not hold their breath. The fact is, America routinely arms terror groups. Wherever they go, whichever country they invade, their weapons always end up in the hands of non-state actors. In 2014, the US airdropped weapons and supplies in the Syrian border town of Kobane. The weapons were meant for Kurdish fighters. They ended up in the hands of the Islamic State. The ISIS even released a video thanking Washington for the gifts. 2019. An investigation, in fact, revealed that arms provided by the US to Saudi Arabia and the UAE ended up in the hands of Al-Qaeda and a variety of terror outfits in Afghanistan. You can look up the details on how exactly this happened. The same year, 2019, there was another revelation, this time in Yemen, where American-made weaponry had fallen into the hands of rival militia groups. What did they do with it? Used it against the US-backed government in Yemen. The arms even flowed into Tehran, where US weapons were reportedly studied and copied by Iranian intelligence. Then they were provided to the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps. What for? To target American interests. I could go on, but you get the point. And here's the thing. It's true that wars are unpredictable. Sometimes weapons can end up in the wrong hands, but you can't make a habit of it. And when you do, you are the biggest threat to the world, not the terrorists who wield those weapons. The United States is a repeat offender. It fails to control guns at home. It fails to safeguard its weapons abroad. Iraq, Syria, Yemen, Iran. American weapons have routinely fallen into the hands of terror groups and rogue nations. And now they have provided the Taliban with an air force in Afghanistan. Guess who poses the biggest threat to the world in the name of bringing democracy? WION is now available in your
got a
country.
point, man.
Download the app now and get all the news.
Not a good time to be American. I don't know, dude. It feels kind of crunchy. What the fuck are we doing, dude? What are we doing? Dude, you know what I mean? Because, like, India has to deal with it. India's right there. They're the buffer zone between Pakistan and Afghanistan, right? So, like, or Afghanistan's the buffer zone in between them and Pakistan. And so they're going to have to deal with these weapons more than anybody. And we're just going to leave them to deal with them. And the rest of Europe that has to deal with it. Because we're just like, hey, see you guys. Sorry, here. Do we really just do that? Wow, man. Like, as if the rest of the world didn't already hate us enough. You know? We were just like, hey. Come on, man. So these Indian news sources really give the best information, I think, because ours are bullshit. All of them are bullshit. What news organization do we have that's not? It tells us straight up how it is. Indians are the only ones that do it. Because they don't have to please us. They don't have to. I don't have hardly any products that say made in India on them. One, actually. It's my wood burner. It's this right here. Literally, I'm pretty sure this is the only product I have that says made in India on it. They don't even make it anymore. It's a fancy little wood burner thing for like I don't know, dude. We don't do much trading with them, do we? Like they don't depend on us, so they can say whatever they want. The countries that we are allied with, they have to be kind of tiptoeing with their Jordans, you know, like they don't want to piss us off because then we might not trade with them, or we might impose higher taxes on them, or I don't know. What is up, Anthony Hammond, Ray Donator from last stream, you and Jim S. MVPs. The highest of the MVP. Oh, by the way, I can go live on the other channel. What do you guys think? Should I just stay on this channel until I get a strike on over here and then go over there and then do it like that? I don't have memberships set up over there. By the way, memberships are $5 a month and you get some added benefits of it. $5 a month. You get your name turns green and you get a little thing that looks like it could be a joint, but it's definitely not a joint. It's a little mini torch. It changes colors. Keep my options open. What do you mean? I'm not gonna demolish the other channel or whatever. Decommission it. Just gotta go there now. Should I do that later today? Switch over. It's not a doobie. No, I only have. I got the bong though, dude. I finally got the bong. I gotta smoke these roaches somehow, dude. And the roaches are gross when you re-roll them. You know, super gross. They're too strong. I need some water buffer. I'll put on the little mini track on here. I almost feel like I should do this one since we're looking at Middle Eastern. Put that one on again. It's alright. It sets the vibe. Don't you want a green name, people? It makes you actually, dude, the green people, just so y'all know, I do see those words before I see anybody else's words. Like if it gets busy over here and you say something, I'm gonna see what you say before what somebody else says. So that's like probably the biggest perk of it. It's one of the reasons why I do it, so people see my words in a busy chat. Like for instance, Tim Pool's chat. Poolcat, Timcast. Hardly anybody's membered in there.
As far back as I could remember, I always wanted to be a gangster.
Michael C. Newest member hype. Thanks, man. Sweet, bro. Man, welcome to the fam. Welcome to the fam, dude. You're awesome, dude. Hey, and if you do, you get. Well, I used to do 5 for new members, but I started to do 25. I think I might have forgotten to do that for somebody. I didn't think I did that for Barbara, so I might have to add 25 to hers too. $507, 32K. Six, 5. If there's anybody else I forgot to do that with, me. I'll see it when they come in here. Probably they'll have a blue joint. Yo, lurking. Hey, if you ever lurking, y'all can always do this command too. Just kind of let people know you're lurking. Not that one. It's actually a lurk, not lurk. Now lurk. It's lurk. There. Fuck.
Hey, hey, hey.
And people know you're here. It's like if you come into the chat and you're like, man, I don't really have anything to say, but I kind of want to let people know I'm here. But I don't really want everyone like trying to talk to me right now. You know what I'm saying? Because I know a lot of times when I want to go say hi, but I don't really want to get in a conversation because I'm in the middle of doing something. I just want to listen to the stream, like in the background as I'm doing something. Like, I want to, like, you know, so I don't say hi. I'll just lurk. But if they had that command, I might do it and just be like lurk, and then just go and do it when I'm doing, and they know what's up. They know I'm doing something right now. Kind of thing. Maybe I could even change it to like is lurking, but it's a little busy right now. Hang on.
Hey, buddy.
First hit of the day. To the gods. To the gods. Let's smudge it.
Hey, hey, hey.
Let's smudge it. For the people. Oh, and after a month of having the membership, just let me know your favorite movie and I'll go through the arduous task of finding a sound. And this is getting 10 days away from 9/11. It's actually getting a little bit hairy as far as 7 Taliban fighters killed. Is that interesting? That's a very long report. Afghans attempt to return to normal life. Oh, that should be interesting.
Resume their lives under the new Taliban rule, of course. The country faces major economic challenge.
German. That was just a fade out. Or blind control.
Just the unemployment is running high, and some of those with jobs say they are not being paid. Women have been promised to be able to return to work and their studies, but some local leaders say the Taliban won't change their hardline approach.
Some things never change. Traffic in Kabul still a mess. Other things do, and they will under Taliban rule. Whether it's the taxi drivers, the market traders, the traffic police, or their mothers, sisters, and daughters. Everyone is wondering the same thing. What now?
There are no jobs. That is why the people are worried. They should try to create jobs and open the
You saw
floor for
this?
education. There is no education or jobs for the time being. About the withdrawal of the foreigners. Nobody wants foreigners in the country. We would like to have our own people, not foreigners. But having jobs is very
Seems kind of
important.
racist.
If there are no jobs at all, educated people will leave the country and go abroad.
In Kandahar, the spiritual home of the Taliban, there appeared not a hint of apprehension as crowds and fighters celebrated their victory with the weapons that brought it to them.
Dude's
But
a
elsewhere,
warrior?
Taliban commanders are now getting to grips with the job of governing.
Hold up, dude, this guy's a warrior? Where do I go? Where do you want me to go? I got the rocket, guys. I got the rocket.
Weapons that brought it
What
to
the
them. But elsewhere, Taliban commanders are now getting to grips with the job of governing. The new mayor of Mazari Sharif warned that the hardline group would not soften.
There's no difference between the previous government and our government now. About the women, it's the same Islamic rules and way. They should wear the hijab. They can continue their education, they can go to work. This is our message to all the women.
The mixed messages coming from their new leaders have left many here anxious about what shape Taliban rule will take and what it will mean for future generations.
Future. About more input. What's over here? Check this over here. What are they talking about on the live stream?
Actors and film directors arrived by boat.
No. Dude, that's weird. That's happening right now. That's happening right now, dude. Like it's crazy. Like the world just keeps going. You know, these people got this fancy thing to go to, and at the Venice thing or whatever. You know, they gotta pose out there for the cameras and shit. It's wild how all this has happened at the same time. The world's so big. They might not even know like half of what's going on over there. Even they're just so consumed with their new movie premiere. Oh my god, Ted's gonna be there. Oh, this is my chance. Or what are they talking about?
Need to make terrorism a self-sustaining global industry.
Slow down, boss.
In that sense, the terrorist group Taliban has divided the whole world. We think, the Americans think, that the decay will be limited, the rot will be limited, the infection will be limited, but no, it won't be limited to Afghanistan. The gangrene will spread across the world. Viewers, believe me, it will not be limited. The Taliban, if not checked very soon, will force their way across the world and prove to be the biggest danger globally in centuries.
Mr. Jhunjhunwala, besides being a legend in Dalal Street, he needs no introduction. He has a trading and a business argument. People call him the Indian Warren Buffett.
No,
I think it's even.
This isn't the same. This guy's chewing gum. It's bothering me already. He's too calm. What are you doing? You're chewing gum, dude. Don't do that. Not before a serious interview. It's throwing me way off. I can't do it. He's too big. His head's too big too. Like his cheeks were moving while he was chewing. I can't concentrate. Okay. Oh, by the way, that chopper from yesterday, which this is a different one, but that one from yesterday that had that person hanging from it was alive, and they were just like repairing a flag. Someone said in Reddit. Oh, they're dropping propaganda from the chopper. Bro, this is brand new footage. I'd say they're flying it pretty dang good, dude. They got a Pakistani in there already or something. Because he's doing a donut, which, like, he's not doing the strafing donut, which is way harder than the one he's doing. He's just going like that. But if he starts strafing that bitch and be like, bah, 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 bah. I know about that shit in Battlefield. Like, the chopper's the hardest thing to fly in Battlefield, dude, and because there's just so much to it with the. But they're doing better than I thought they would by now. Awesome. Let's just check out Afghanistan Reddit real quick. I spelled it wrong. Oh, this guy died last night. RIP. Fighting Taliban, and he looked like a badass, man. There's another picture of him. It's a bummer, man. He actually looked like a badass dude. Like, unlike most of the Taliban, who look like weak people physically. Not saying I'm the strongest looking dude. I'm saying this dude he looked like he put in time and effort into being a soldier. It's old footage, I think, but let me see. Same one from yesterday, probably. Yeah.
You guys want to see something really?
2 hours ago. Respecting broken helicopter. Must be pretty broken if he's clicking his tongue like that.
دا وشتلي دا ټوله تیارې د خاینینو وشتلي دي د خاینینو دا بلاکات دا چی ده دا بلاکات هیڅ شی نه دي ما چې تاسو وایي چې ټول دا څه رقم بلاکات دي دا بلاکات ټول دا خاینینو داسې کار کړی دی دا وطن پرستانو دا دې وطن سرمایه ده د دې وطن سرمایه داسې کړې ده.
Who will do maintenance? Probably Pakistan. Turkey, maybe China. I mean, they can get people, but Pakistan would probably be the first one to want to get involved. Gets them closer to India. They're enemies. They have been for a long time. Afghanistan was the buffer zone between India and Pakistan. Now Pakistan is going to want to get closer to India. It's been a turf war for like thousands of years, so right? I don't know the perfect history of it, but Pakistan has plenty of people that would be willing to come over there because they have plenty to gain from it. Afghanistan has a lot of resources. I understand they have a lot of lithium still left there. And that's becoming more and more needed in the world with electric vehicles, batteries. Dude, I want a video, bro. Landmines. Okay, we got everything on here right now. 29 Sacramento students stuck in Afghanistan. Why? This is something. Y'all can tell me if this is what this is. If somebody feels like reading this, I don't know. I'm down for it. I gotta keep content up here. I don't have time to read this document. So did they not get the weapons, or did they get the weapons? I don't know. What happened there? Let's see if I can figure it out in the comments. U.S. spent total $83 billion on Afghan army and police, including salaries. Bill worth of what? Afghan equipment. Oh, so they're okay. Well, they're saying it was Afghan equipment, not American equipment, which that's technicality. You get the sure. 2 hours ago, Taliban mocks. We saw this is from yesterday. They mock a funeral for NATO forces. Yet they're not trying to kill us though. There's British, France. What is that one? I like bar. I bet those tires are gonna be hard for them to get, honestly, because how this says how they even puncture the tires. Like tires aren't something that you can just like put one size on another thing. They got this specific tire size, and if they made sure they didn't leave any of these tires behind, those might be a little harder to get. How do you make a tire without a bunch of specialized equipment? That's a trippy looking tire too, man. Hopefully we don't see the. Well, they'll figure it out eventually, probably. Black market for anything, like I don't know, black market tires, homie. The interpreter who helped rescue Biden in 2008 left behind after a U.S. exit. Oh no, we all have to go back then.
The Afghan interpreter who helped rescue then Senator Joe Biden when he was stranded 13 years ago in Afghanistan is now in hiding. He told the Wall Street Journal, "Hello, Mr. President, save me and my family, don't forget me." What's your response to him, and why is he and other Afghan allies like him still in the country if the president believes, as he said today, that the mission was an extraordinary success?
Well, I would say first, our message to him is thank you for fighting by our side for the last 20 years. Thank you for the role you played in helping a number of my favorite people out of a snowstorm, and for all of the work you did. And our commitment is enduring, not just to American citizens, but to our Afghan partners who have fought by our side. And our efforts and our focus right now is, as you heard General McKenzie say and others say over the last 24 hours, is to the diplomatic phase. We will get you out. We will honor your service, and we're committed to doing exactly that.
Changed it up. First day, what was it? 1 minute? Was it really? Just 1 minute before? Doesn't sound like a military type thing to do.
I'm here to announce the completion of our withdrawal from Afghanistan and the end of the military mission to evacuate American citizens.
How they do it? Yes.
Many are dual citizen Americans.
Well, maybe it's
with
because
deep
we're supposed to
roots
leave now. We're
and
leaving
extended
now.
families
Right
in
now is when we
Afghanistan
leave.
who resided there for many years.
Perfect timing.
For many,
Oh yeah,
it's
that's
a
how we
painful
do
choice.
it. We're fucking perfect.
Our commitment to them
America's perfect.
and to all Americans in Afghanistan and everywhere in the world continues.
Its mic sucked. They wanted us to hear the echo in the room to give it ambiance. Put it in the echo room. Yes, yes, perfect. Give it more power. Power. Propaganda. Huh. Afghan refugees face uncertain future in India. Are they just going to kick them out? Are they going to be like, hey, what are you doing here? Why is this so long? I need a TLDR, TDLR. U.S. Treasury issued license to ease aid flow to Afghanistan. So I guess that makes it easier for our government or what, anyone to give them money. Taliban urges nations to reopen embassies in Kabul. Top latest, let's go. I'm all in. Ooh. That's a good one. Damn, look at all of them. Whoa, they actually have a lot of them that are operating. And look at those, are those saws? Definitely LMGs, whatever they are, big bullets. Multi-purpose weapon. Wow, look at how many of them they have running, dude. Look, oh my god, we're so stupid. The other countries around there must be seeing this thinking, what the fuck have you done, America? Now they look like you. They look badass. America, great job. Great job. Needs to be us, man. The windows aren't even broken on those. They're perfect. This is the most embarrassed I've been to be an American. Give terrorist American-grade military equipment, a lot of it, working order, perfectly nice-looking shit. It doesn't even have like swastikas on the side of it or anything. Y'all could have made it look fucked up at least. Fuck the camo up on it. Splash red paint all over it. It looks like they just picked them up from the factory dealership, dude. They're like, yeah, I want the one with the the camo, the windows. Yeah, I want them bulletproof. Perfect. Yeah, can you give me the gunner mount with all the bulletproof glass up there too? Oh, that'd be sweet. Yeah, like 100 of them. Yeah, we'll pick them up on Friday. You know, they're pristine. Hey, a green. Yeah, I'll have a couple of green ones too, please. Just in case we're driving up in the jungle. Oh man, dude. The other countries are gonna start seeing these videos and it's gonna make them sick, dude. It does. Like, we're known for having the best military. I wonder how our military feels about this. Like, if they are embarrassed that this just happened. When our active duty military is looking at this, what could they be thinking? I wonder. They were just in these vehicles. That was theirs. And when they were in it, they thought, we got the best shit out there, man. They're thinking, we got the best shit out there. Hell yeah. Thinking, yeah, they ain't got shit compared to us. Yeah, of course we're shit, America. And now they got the best shit out there. Like, that is just nuts, dude. Huge victory parade is still going. We're not going to drone strike them, and if these things get separated, they're all over the place again, which are going to be. Other countries have to deal with those more than we do. That's why it's so embarrassing. Like, now India and maybe any other bordering countries have to now worry that they have these. And we keep doing this, like the Indian show is saying. We keep doing this. We keep going to the countries, giving them our weapons and leaving. And then saying, sorry about that. This is the worst we've done it, dude. Like, seeing that chopper like that's kind of gutting, dude. Like, after living through 9/11, and I would have never thought that this is how this would have all ended. Literally 2 weeks before 9/11 anniversary, 20th anniversary at that. Not just like a 7th or a 13th, the 20th. Like, kind of a special one.
माशाल्लाह दे हमारा इस्लामी दी मुजाहिदीनों कारवान पे तेरे रात आता
one that will always be remembered. 20th anniversary.
पाकिस्तान ता ورکړو مټران پاکستان ته ورکړه دا خو ماشاءالله وګوره هغه ټول د پاکستان غلامان دغه تبلیغات کوي ول دغه شان ګرځي موږ پاکستان ته بوته د طالبان مجاهدینو بوته
And it gives them even more of a reason to do some dumb shit in 10 days. To really make a lasting impression on that 20th. Then it becomes their 20th. It already is their 20th. Sure, armies always leave here, but an entire air force pretty much, which they didn't have before? I don't know. You like that normally? You know how hard it would have been for them to get all those aircraft otherwise? Almost impossible, dude. That was our edge. That was our main edge, wasn't it? All this equipment would have been nearly impossible for them to get, dude. Cutting edge. That we had the best of the best.
دا ټول د شهیدانو برکت ده د غازیانو د شل کلو د برکت ده چې دوی کوم مثلا سختۍ تېرې کړې کړاوونه تېر کړل او د الله د دین د خاطر باندې سختۍ وزغملې نو دا د شهیدانو.
And the weapons were fine-tuned for desert combat, meaning we would take Israel, their troops who live out there, and they'd make adjustments to American weapons to better suit their environment. And then our military goes and does it to our troops' weapons that are also in that same environment. That's what they just got. The best of the best of small arms with the best attachments that you can get for that specific environment. They left them fully kitted, man. That's like different than Vietnam. Vietnam, we didn't have all these ACOGs, red dots, all this shit. You know what I'm saying? They had which was, if they left those behind to the Viet Cong, yeah, that's an upgrade to what they had, sure, but not compared to this, man. They got the technological advances that we had made in the past, just in the time that we had been there, 20 years. That in itself was enough to make this like far above any other fumble that we have made after leaving a country. That's like the main of it. The technology that they were able to get from this would have been impossible for them to get on their own, because like unless one of our aircraft landed in there and they were able to get the shit out of it or something, you know what I mean? Like, but like you couldn't just simply get this stuff. Especially those weapons. Like, you can't just get those weapons into Afghanistan unless we left them there like this. Because anybody trying to get them those type of weapons would have been under extreme danger of getting in trouble for it. Like, those weren't AKs, man. AKs don't have, like, they're what makes these guns so it's not just the fact that they're new. They have good bores on them, meaning that they have the grooves to get the bullet to spin, and those old AKs were bored out. They're smooth bored by this point, or were made smooth bore, I'm not sure, but they were old and shit. But that's not the main thing. The main thing is their ability to add all kinds of attachments onto these guns, which the AK doesn't have a rail to put like a laser amount on it, or like they don't have. I don't know if they left guns out there with grenade launchers on them or not, but that's definitely not an AK thing. But that's something that you can clip on. You can actually clip onto a rail, but you can't do that with a AK. I mean, I don't know, maybe you can with some zip ties or something, but it's the ability that those guns have, future ability, expandability, that they didn't have before. Now that army is very well equipped to grow with the times. It's crazy, dude. All this is pretty wild. Most people aren't even really considering it or caring about it, but It's all just happening very quickly. Like, that's their old weapon. Look at those things. It's like night and day what they just got. Refresh. Come on, give me something new, dude. Rose Rainbow saying, dude actually said who cares? It's just, who said that? It's just the Taliban. Who said that? Okay, Twitter's having issues, dude, with Afghanistan or something. What about why? Oh my god, I can't just have it easy, can I? I can't just be like Twitter, Afghanistan, it's not gonna show up. At least Twitter will show up. I don't know, I guess Twitter's down now. Fuck it, dude, whatever. It's everything down. My entire internet won't work, but my stream will. Sometimes I hate doing this, dude, because it's just so fucking stupid. Now my browser's not gonna work. Gotcha. Awesome. We'll just close this tab, see if another one will work. For fuck's sake, why would another tab work? Just because I fucking played with the adware bullshit? No tabs working. Have I shown too much U.S. government? What the hell is this? Shut him down. Showing the Indian news. Hey, a plane landed? A plane landed, dude. Today. Well, that's interesting. Turkey, it seems. Watchery. Turkish officials, dude. This is like the Air Force One of Turkey coming in or something. Where the fighter jets at? Do they have some? That'd be cool. What's that doing over there? Is that their C-130? He's like, that's ours though, ours is bigger. We got a bigger plane than Turkey, I say. Allah Akbar. Allah Akbar to you too. Like my new gun? Hell yeah, I like it. Hey, you wanna see my new gun? I'd like to see your new gun. Allah Akbar to you too, my friend. Did you see that gun though? That's a nice scope. There's a mid-range scope. ACOG height. Good for mid and close. Nice gun. Oh, it's loaded. It's got the, oh, at least has a clip in it. Nice stock. That's a tactical stock. It's not a, you know what I mean? Special stock. He got a special stock. He's got a Get it out. Get it out, gun, man. You gotta upgrade your gun to make it look like that in Call of Duty. I know that though. We got here. Realism's got the. Well, this is one we saw earlier, but it was blurry. Where the guy clicks his tongue, right? You can see way better what damage they've done. Oh. Well, I mean, they could probably sheet metal that back up, but just imagining the U.S. troops in there having a heyday, just woo, baby, listening to some American music.
The government of India and the army of India look like chicken. Well, I can tell you your argument.
Unleash the
everyone on now, please. Let me complete. Let me complete.
Ooh,
your argument, Abhishek Sudhir, is a bigger bird.
Let's go.
Your argument is a bigger bird called an ostrich.
You want to go for a diplomat?
Before you call our Indian army chicken,
but propose
you're an ostrich.
Have a policy.
Now let me tell you, you apologize for what you said out there, Abhishek, first. You ought to go down on your knees and apologize for saying that.
You are putting words in my mouth.
I didn't. I can play the record back. You be careful.
People who have served in Mogadishu, in the Indian peacekeeping forces, you will not put words in my mouth.
You just said it.
You are a disgrace, Abhishek. Stop embarrassing yourself on national television by doubting.
Sanjeev Verma, what are you exactly? What are you?
Have you forgotten?
You are a disgrace to this country.
Of 2016? Have you forgotten the Balakot strike of 2019? Have you forgotten that it is thanks to India that Pakistan?
Yes, we all saw the movie. हमने सब picture देखा है भाई. आपके सर्विसेज की movie हमने
no more peripheral comments by you. I'd like to bring in Alok. I'd like to bring in Alok. I'd like to bring in Alok and Dr. Fuad Halim and Ifra Jan also into the debate. I bring to your attention. I began by saying tonight, Fuad, that in this world we call each other names. Aptards, Congis, Modi Bhakts, whatnot, but I began by saying that at least now unite. You have a bigger enemy, a conglomeration of terrorist groups who will act against all of us and not discriminate for or against anyone. Syed Salahuddin says, Captain Bansal, I pray to Allah that He strengthens the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan so that they may support Kashmiris against India. They're talking of Ghazwa-e-Hind. I'm saying, Captain Alok, I think we need to decide which side we are on, and there are only two sides, for or against the Taliban.
See, I think there can be nobody who's rational who can be with Taliban, because Taliban supports an obscurantist ideology which promotes terrorism. It's an ideology that breeds terrorism. And you will see in days to come, every conceivable terrorist outfit of the region will find a safe haven in Afghanistan. So Taliban is dangerous to the people of Afghanistan. It is actually no sane person would like to, if he has a choice, would like to live in a Talibanized Afghanistan. Taliban is a threat to Afghanistan, Taliban is a threat to India, Taliban is a threat to the world at large, and Taliban is a threat to the region at large. I think no rational person can support Taliban. I have no doubts whatsoever that is concerned. At the same time, I think nobody should have any doubts about the valor of our armed forces. We are quite capable of dealing with it, but it is a danger that we cannot be oblivious to. Taliban today may be willing to talk to you because you have certain cards up your sleeves. But tomorrow, when all the resistance to Taliban in Afghanistan vanishes, if Panjsheris are also defeated, you will see these Taliban actually spreading like bees across the borders to other countries and to this region as well. And we are already seeing people in India, some of these obscurantist elements coming out and supporting it. We have seen what's happened across line of control. You showed it very clear. So in this light of things, I think we need to be extremely circumspect. even the government should be circumspect while engaging with Taliban. We need to know up to what level we need to engage, because we have certain citizens there whose extrication is our primary responsibility. But once these citizens are safe, I think government of India must come out with an open, clear policy vis-a-vis Taliban.
I agree with you.
And as far as people within India are concerned, anybody who supports Taliban, it must be a cognizable offense, and government of India must take a tough action against him, because this is actually breeding terrorism. This is supporting terrorism. Such people are a danger to a free and liberal democracy. Such people are a danger to a free society. Such people are a danger to women's liberation, women's freedom, minorities' rights. I think they are just not who could be allowed to have this so-called freedom of expression.
No, of course you do, but you know, what exactly Fuad are the Taliban supporters supporting? You know, the support for the Taliban is either...
You placed your question. Let me finish up.
I haven't actually completed my question.
Just two things I'd like to
I haven't completed. Can I complete?
And there are two things I'd like to speak out. No, I've heard your question. You asked both the you've already asked me the question. Now listen. Now I'll just read out two lines from the Doha Agreement between the United States and the Taliban, signed on the 29th of February 2020. That's a year and a half ago. Just two lines I'll read to you from that Doha Agreement. Now, and by the way, the Doha Agreement, the Indian ambassador, Mr. P. Kumaran, was present over there. So the line E, clause E on page 2 reads as such: with the start of intra-Afghan negotiations, the United States will start diplomatic engagement with other members of the United Nations Security Council and Afghanistan to remove members of the Taliban from the sanctions list. If you haven't heard me, I can read that.
Is India a signatory to this?
Your notice is part 3.
One clarification, the document you have, is India a signatory to that?
Let me finish off.
No, can I ask you a one-line question? Is India a signatory to that? No, is India a signatory to that?
Why are you so scared?
Because, no, I'm not. I'm just asking you. If the answer is yes, say. But I know the answer is no.
The United States will request. The United States will request. The United States will request the recognition and endorsement of the United Nations Security Council for this agreement. And you know very clearly that India was the chairperson of the United States Security Council on the meeting on Afghanistan on the 16th of August. And it was a unanimous resolution to which India did not object. India chaired that meeting. Now let's be very clear about this. The Indian ambassador was present at the meeting on the 29th of February 2020, where United States for the first time internationally recognized Taliban, because the United States as an international entity went into an agreement with the Taliban, which was not a state player at that point of time and is still today not a state player. So you have to keep in mind that the India's position of being US-centric, peddling to US what you call international moves, is the reason why India is going to pay a price today. Now let's be very clear. What is happening in India? India chaired the meeting on the 16th
1 minute,
of August.
Sanju, please wait. Let him complete. I'll give a full response once he finishes.
They paddled America's position is there. India did not have
wait a minute.
India did not put its foot down. It chaired the meeting and it passed. Wait, you all can all talk at your time. India at that international meeting in the United Nations Security Council, they did not put any objection down. And this move was planned a year and a half ago. And the Indian ambassador, Mr. P. Kumaran, was present at the Doha meeting where USA signed this pact with Taliban. Second thing, 2018, when Russia engaged with the Taliban, India's delegation was present there.
Can I
These
respond?
international moves by the Taliban has always got appreciation from the Indian
so now
experience. Now, let's see.
I want to give you a comprehensive reply and then hand it over to General Bakshi.
There's a silver lining to the Taliban. Look at the language. Arnab,
1 minute.
You give me a comprehensive reply on facts.
Yeah.
The foreign secretary said the Taliban has a silver lining. And then subsequent to that, we've seen yesterday in Doha, we've got the Taliban interlocutor. He is talking to the ambassador of India to Qatar. They are having a formal meeting together.
Okay.
Where is the strong position of the government
Fuad,
of India?
Now, Fuad, Fuad, listen.
It is towing the American line till today, and you have to make it clear to the people of India that this is the way the government of India is compromising.
And now if you stop, I'll make my position very clear.
And Taliban
but Fuad, Dr. Halim, I understood. As I have said, I will completely, as you've said, I've given you uninterrupted 4 minutes to state your point of view.
Please condemn the government of India for taking this position.
Now listen. Now listen to me. Now listen to me.
That Taliban is getting international recognition.
Okay. Now, I request you, in the interest of our viewers, in the interest of
Modi sucking up
there
to
again,
the
you are
what
like
interest does Narendra Modi
1 minute now. Sanju also comes in. Viewers, do you want me to give my point of view, or should I get caught in this volleyball match?
No, you tell me. Why are you accepting India's position? Are you supporting the government of India?
Okay, now Sanju, 1 minute. Sanju, 1 minute. I heard you there. 1 minute. I get GD Bakshi and I get everyone in, and I'm going to get this debate on track. First of all, 1 minute. Dr. Fuad Halim, thank you. Dr. Fuad Halim, we are all mature men. We are all mature men. We are not children. We have passed the age of 18 a long time back. And you would, Dr. Fuad Halim, we passed the age of 18 a long time back. And even before that. In fact, I have been mature since I was 8 months old. But I need to tell you something, Dr. Halim. You are not being very mature tonight. You need to listen to me. Now, Dr. Halim, please. Dr. Halim, I find myself in the unenviable position of being at the receiving end of your repeated verbal volleys, and you need to be quiet for a minute. I'll give you a comprehensive lip. Let's talk to each other, not at each other. Thank you.
On the ground
Now you know, Dr. Halim, I didn't want to do this. I have, Dr. Halim, listen to me. Listen to me for a minute, sir. And everyone's on. Listen to me for a minute. You studied medicine. I studied social anthropology, went on to study geostrategy and international relations. If you want to understand what truly is terrorism and what is not, please read my book, Combating, please Sanju, my book, I'm plugging my book, Combating Terrorism, The Legal Challenge, published in the year of the Lord 2001, a fine global comparative study of laws against terrorism. You are speaking to someone who's an expert on the subject, but I don't want to show off. My point tonight is this, and then I'll get Sushil Pandit, GD Bakshi, everybody to come in. I want 1 minute now, please. My friend Fuad Halim says that the Modi government has an ambiguous policy vis-a-vis the Taliban. But does that mean that my friend Fuad Halim can use that to either be silent on the Taliban or supporters of the Taliban? Is my friend Fuad Halim or Abhishek Sudhir or Atikur Rahman therefore seeking excuses to support the Taliban? I further would like to make the point that the problem with the left in this country is this American-centric view of the world. You take away America, then they have no reason to exist. Anti-Americanism, which is ridiculous because America is a declining power, seems to be the only source of ideological cohesion for the left in India. It makes no sense. I am asking a simple question. Do you believe that supporters of the Taliban equal supporters of the Al-Qaeda, equal supporters of the Hizbul Mujahideen, equal supporters of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, equals enemies of India? What are you going on with this long-winded ideological, intellectual discussion about? Come on, make your point tonight.
Of India at the moment.
Come on. I believe in a strong state, and I believe anyone who supports terrorism directly or indirectly should be acted on. I want to bring in Sushil Pandit into the debate.
United Nations Security Council, then everything is coming to one axis.
It was amusing to hear the ally of the cleric of Furfura Sharif holding forth on Taliban.
An Indian government's purported position on it. Does he represent that cleric's position today on this show? Has he checked with him? Where does he stand on Taliban? Now, these are the issues. We have people in our country. Everyone knows what Taliban is and who they represent and what kind of politics
Sushil
do they
Pandit,
represent.
do you accept the Foreign Secretary's comment that there's a silver lining to the Taliban?
You tell me what kind of alliances you make.
Do you see a silver lining in the
Fuad, now come on. Fuad, after getting the longest intervention on the debate, you are being extremely uncharitable to someone who listened to you with pin drop silence when you were speaking. Come on, Fuad.
No, I want to know whether Sushil Pandit sees a silver lining in the Taliban. Whether he agrees with...
We heard you. Why repeating yourself?
Taliban is nothing but dark clouds hovering over the entire humanity. But let me tell you.
Why is he beating
Let me tell you. What is your position? What is CPM's position on Taliban?
No, let me. Sushil Pandit.
Position on Taliban.
Sushil Pandit.
Indian left's position on Taliban.
Sushil Pandit.
What is Indian left's position on jihad? What is Indian left's position on jihad in Kashmir? What is Indian left's position on Lashkar-e-Taiba, on Pakistan, on jihad? You tell me that. What is Indian left's position on ISIL, on jihad? Do you have a position on jihad we face? Do you have a position on jihad we face in Kashmir? Do you have a position on jihad we face in Kerala? Do you have a position on jihad we face in the rest of the country? What is your position on jihad?
You have found out.
What?
Why are you from Afghanistan?
What is CPM's position on jihad?
Pandit, sharam karo. Taliban mein aap
What is your position on jihad?
Aap kuch silver lining.
Are you caught with your pants down now? What is your position on jihad? What is your position on jihadi networks operating in India? In your own Bengal?
Sushil,
why are you scared by the word jihad?
The reason we should be very worried about this debate, 1 minute. Fuad, now thank you. Fuad, Sushil, 1 minute. The reason we should be very worried about this debate, Fuad, a minute please. What exactly are the Taliban supporters supporting? I'll tell you what, Ifra. They are supporting the breakup.
I don't want to listen to you, Arnab. Please let me speak.
No, 1 minute. You have to listen to a question. You may have come with a prepared speech, but you'll have to listen to a question. No, do you speak to yourself? No, 1 minute. You'll get your chance, but I have to ask a question. You can't ask yourself the question, and this is my question. The Al-Qaeda says to the Taliban, we must come together and liberate the Levant, Somalia, Yemen, Kashmir. So anyone who is indirectly supporting the Taliban is supporting that. Taliban sympathizers are in fact supporting the Al-Qaeda, which called for the Mujahideen in Kashmir to inflict unrelenting blows on the Indian army in 2019. Right? So the third thing is you better take a position on it. Right? As should all of us. Do you want the radicalization to return to Kashmir?
You're not letting
a minute, Ifra. You will, you know, you are in Kashmir. You won't be allowed to step out of your house if the Taliban come in.
Yeah, Arnab, in Kashmiri there is a proverb that says, "Shall sell its button chew up." Now that you guys are going and the BJP government is going and meeting the Taliban and eating kebabs with them in Doha, लेकिन हिंदुस्तानी मुसलमानों की लिंचिंग करवानी है, इसीलिए इमेजिनरी डिस्कोर्स बना दो कि हिंदुस्तानी मुसलमान जो है तालिबान को सपोर्ट करते हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ पे बीजेपी मुसलमानों in September 2017, Farooq Abdullah said POK belongs to Pakistan. In January 2018, Farooq Abdullah said that all the tragedies in Pakistan are thanks to the Indian government led by Prime Minister Modi. In September 2020, your dear Farooq Abdullah is Taliban a terror organization or not? Said that Kashmiris would rather be led by China. चिल्लाते रहिए बोलते रहिए मुझे पड़ेगा क्योंकि चिल्लाइए आप तो बस यही कर सकती हैं और आप कुछ कर नहीं सकते हैं चिल्लाती रहिए मैडम चिल्लाती रहिए झूठ पर झूठ बोलते रहिए तालिबान वालों के साथ कबाब खाते रहिए उनके साथ
No, I think that thank you very much, Sanju and Ifra. Allow me, Sanju. I just want to ask 1 minute. I think you are in the way you are debating. You're not understanding the gravity of the issue. I as one Indian to another. A minute, please, Ifra. Just listen here. We must look at it with some element of seriousness. And the fundamental issue is this.
Hawaii blend.
That when the Jaish-e-Mohammed met the Taliban in Kandahar and decided whether they are successful or not is not the issue. Ifra, let me complete and so that you understand the perspective before you reply, you know. Just one thing. This kebab khaiye, chillate, this is not an argument. This is not the quality of intellectual discussion we need to have on a subject as important as this. We don't need to do this, Ifra. We need to understand the issue with some depth and gravitas. What are you saying? Louder.
Yes, Sarkar. Let me ask you a question. जिस सरकार की तुम इतनी चाटुकारी करते हो, उस सरकार से बैठ के क्यों नहीं बोलते हो?
It's hard to understand, man.
Organization है या नहीं है? अगर है तो एक statement निकाल दो.
She even speaking English?
Ifra, have you finished? Ifra, have you finished? Just 1 minute. Just a minute. I really apologize, viewers, for something here. We are having a very important discussion. 1 minute, please. Sanju, I will not allow this, but I want to say something to Ifra. Ifra, I'll tell you one thing. I want to say something to you. Just a minute, please. Just a minute. And General Bakshi is there. We are all here. We must understand here. Just 1 minute. Ifra, you hear me now. I've given you an opportunity, but I must say this, that the problem happens when we are having a very important discussion, and you should have picked up something from the nature of the debate which just happened between Sushil Pandit and Fuad Halim, where they both disagreed with each other, but came with very strong, profound arguments against each other. I enjoyed that debate. But when you have come in right now, you do this tu taraka, that kind of argument, you know, you suddenly bring down the level of the discussion, and I think you do a great disservice to the party you now claim to represent. This is not the way in which you should be arguing on a subject as serious as this. No, this is not the manner to speak.
No, these are the manners.
Well said or not? Well said. This woman has brought down.
Anyway, I'm not. Ifra, I've told you about this before. You may think you'll get a pat on the back from your party, but I think there are a lot of people watching tonight, and I think the manner in which you speak is not appropriate. I will, however, bring in GD Bakshi on the debate. The issue is this: we are talking about the issue of radicalization. Do we want radicalization to return to Kashmir? Do we want terrorists to infiltrate Kashmir? I'm not doubting the ability of our armed forces at all. But even conceptually, do we want the Jaish-e-Mohammed to increase infiltration attempts?
Restoration of statehood for Jammu and Kashmir. Restoration of statehood.
What is that got to do with the Taliban? I'm sorry. So Abhishek.
Feel like valued citizens of our nation.
Abhishek. When you say restoration of statehood to Jammu and Kashmir, are you trying to say that there is effectively an argument for the Taliban to operate in Kashmir? Are you trying to justify that? Are you trying to enable this campaign?
No.
Then why are you linking domestic policy to an external security threat? No, 1 second. Why are you linking domestic policy? Why are you linking domestic Abhishek? Why are you linking domestic policy to an external security threat?
Youth of Kashmir.
No, you should not mix.
Economic prosperity is the way forward.
No, sure.
Division on the basis of
Abhishek, sure. And you and I can have disagreements. Just a minute. Sure. And we can have disagreements on how effective that economic policy has been. But we cannot link domestic policy, economic progress, to any kind of warped justification of terrorism from an internal or external source. That's where you're making a mistake. General Bakshi is on the debate. Be serious.
Economic opportunities, the lack of jobs.
Are you justifying that? No, 1 minute. That will forever remain a subjective argument. General Bakshi.
To bring prosperity to the valley.
Can I? Thank you.
Or else?
Sir, can I please, sir? My name is GD Bakshi. Just in case you have an identity crisis. Thank you. You know, Arnab, it was General Franco. It was General Franco who had coined the term fifth column in Spain in the run-up to the Second World War. He said, my 4 columns are advancing on Madrid and my 5th column is already in sight. No, don't smile in that idiotic fashion. I'm just telling you what happened.
Use of words, please, again.
World War. General Franco's
I can smile if I want. This is a free country. Say what you have to say.
Heard
enough of your nonsense.
When he said, I have got 4 columns advancing, my 5th column is already there. We are not the 51st state of the United States. Let me tell you that.
General Franco,
if the United States has cut and run, we will not. We will fight. Both the Taliban coming from outside and their supporters within. Let's get that right.
Franco expose you today.
All right. Atikur Rahman.
तूने सुना है मैंने क्या कहा? आपने सुना है?
You have no
Okay.
respect.
Now.
Told you about
this is a free country.
Okay.
5th column.
Okay. Now.
Have you heard that term?
Now.
Have you heard
Atikur
that
Rahman.
term?
Jalal Bakhshi, you made your point. Atikur Rahman, come into the debate. Atikur Rahman, come into the debate with Alok Bansal. Just a minute, please. Let's be very specific. The problem is when I ask a question, you try to deflect it. Tell me something. The Jamiat Ulema Hind wanted an imposition of the Taliban policy of no co-education in India, and the Darul Uloom Deoband backed it. Is this, in your view, please listen to the question simply, is this open endorsement of the Taliban policies after the Taliban takeover or not? You heard the question. Do you want me to repeat it?
Well,
do you want me to repeat it?
No, I have heard the question.
Yes.
Arnab, no need. I have heard your question. Arnab, whatever the domestic people are saying, you can count them as fringe elements in the air of the mediocrity by the Indian government, the vacuum they have created since the past 20 days. Now, in this vacuum, if the domestic fringes are jumping in, you cannot say that India's borders will be insecure. Indian borders are insecure.
I'm not saying that.
I didn't know you guys have been talking about that. The chat was frozen.
Just a minute.
And our support to Taliban is limited to American opposition. We are anti-American. We are not pro-Taliban. Now, this should be made very much clear in your debate for your viewers and the cohorts of the GOI. Herein we are discussing very serious, and the seriousness of our borders can be realized only when the GOI comes out clean and does not create another
Are you criticizing? If you are saying these are fringe elements, you are criticizing them, then please come out with an open statement saying that these statements which oppose co-education are condemnable. Please criticize them because these statements are coming after Kabul has fallen to Taliban. So there is a correlation and you need to criticize them.
पॉलिसी सरकार कब बनाएगी जो क्लियर पॉलिसी सरकार की तरफ से एक स्टेटमेंट आएगा whether they think Taliban is a terrorist organization or not. That is all I want to know. There is no doubt about it. I think statement. If so many of us are asking questions, why isn't the government coming up with
may I intervene on that? Okay, so I heard you there, Ifra. Sanju, 1.1 has to make it with all the conviction at once command. Yesterday, please, 1 minute. When the UN Security Council resolution was passed, on this point I agree with Fuad. India was at the chair, it was the last day. It made a list of proscribed global terrorist organizations. Unfortunately, the Taliban was not among them. I think it would have done the presidency of India a lot of good if we would have been able to exert some diplomatic maneuvering, however difficult it is, to get the Taliban declared as a terrorist organization. We need to put all our efforts in that regard. No doubt about that. But at the same time, let's not be silent about anyone who's supporting the Taliban. I'm glad we've started this debate tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, America, I've always said from day one, must own up for the disaster it has whipped up and to the terrorism that it is supporting via the Taliban. On the other side tonight, we've had a great response from viewers across the entire world on our coverage exposing America. More on that and an India-Pakistan debate on the other side. Don't go away.
Amity Institute of Biotechnology is India's #1 ranked biotechnology institute. A testimony
Yo, what's up, people? How you doing? We're watching the Indian news. Pretty entertaining. Who's that? Oh, Australia in the building. What's up? I am ready. Liam. I just want to say I am ready.
पर नामुमकिन
नहीं।
फायरवॉल टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ
you saying?
आग से बचाए।
You said something. I was like, oh, you said you've been following all this for a while. I haven't been following it, dude. I was in the dark.
As the Americans tell everyone that they are giving the Taliban one more chance, every day one more chance
hey,
to prove
politically
their
homeless lady.
A Black Hawk helicopter
you up again here?
that they gifted the Taliban
Hope you
flew
having a good
over
day.
Kandahar city.
Everybody.
See the pictures, viewers.
As well, I mean.
For hanging at the end of a noose from the bottom of the chopper was the lifeless body of a man.
No, that was a dude wasn't dead
Believed
though.
to be someone who used to work with the Americans.
I read that he wasn't dead. I've seen other videos of it.
His neck broke and his body twisted.
Is that a lie?
The chopper with a macabre visual of the midair hanging.
I feel like he's lying right now. I'll show you what I've
by
seen.
the Taliban to the world. This is the Taliban telling all of us, this is what we are. This is our form of justice. And this is our style of operating. And the whole world just kneels before them, negotiates with them. Never before has the civilized world been weaker against terrorism. India hasn't officially recognized the Taliban, but for some reason, ladies and gentlemen, perhaps out of a fear of harm to our citizens in Afghanistan, the Indian envoy met the Taliban representative at Doha. I don't know why. At the United Nations, the Security Council, on the last day of India's presidency, seemed to accept at face value the Taliban condemnation of the terrorist attack at the Kabul airport. At every level, the international community has capitulated, ladies and gentlemen. The international community, not just the Americans, and this will prove to be the most ghastly mistake very soon. Afghanistan will become a melting pot of global terrorism. Nothing can stop that from happening now. The enemy has been chaperoned by the Americans and weaponized by the Americans. It will use terrorism to blackmail the whole world. And by giving certificates to the Taliban. When it hangs people from choppers and executes people going door to door, the Americans and their cohorts have given on a plate to the Taliban the deniability they need to make terrorism a self-sustaining global industry. In that sense, the terrorist group Taliban has divided the whole world. We think, the Americans think, that the decay will be limited, the rot will be limited, the infection will be limited, but no. It won't be limited to Afghanistan. The gangrene will spread across the world, viewers. Believe me, it will not be limited. The Taliban, if not checked very soon, will force their way across the world and prove to be the biggest danger globally in centuries.
We have taken every step in ensuring that we are fully equipped
I might be able to
University
find
towards a better future.
the video where it shows. Enough, I don't think. Oh, if I decide to hang below, I decide to hang below it. There's a video of it here. Where is it? Where is it? There's the picture. Where's the video? Did they take it off? Dude, I was scrolling last night. Dude. Man, my scrolling skills hit. I don't want to hear that, dude. He's chewing gum. Is that argument over already? Oh, what is this? What is this? I don't remember this. Oh, it's only 9 seconds long. It's not long enough to be worth a click. Alright, man, I can't find it now. Has anybody else seen it? At least you can be like, yeah, I saw it. It was a dude. He was alive. And he was just like, hey, look at me, guys. Thought it was on Afghanistan Reddit, but... is that the one? Man, I don't remember where I saw it now. But it showed like a really long footage of it, so you could tell, and it was pretty clear that the dude was still alive. Maybe it's this one. Man, I wanted to show that one if I needed it. I should have put it somewhere. It was Twitter. Yeah, like even in this Reddit, which doesn't show the video that I'm talking about, these people are saying that they're saying he's not dead. It's one of their men, publicity stunt, Talib style, apparently. And then they go on and talking about what exactly they were doing and how they would have seen it happening. This maneuver is they do it when they need to extract someone very quickly out of a position, but they can't land the helicopter. And it's actually still done to this day in the region. And they just, like I said, just hold on to each other and clip up or something. But yeah, so they believe that they were just mocking or imitating what they had seen happen. Also, somebody else said that they were repairing a flagpole or a flag or something. They were taking an Afghani flag off of a tall flagpole or something. Who knows? But yeah, a lot of people go into talking about what it actually was, but the video I saw, the dude was alive too. So the way the Indian dude, they just blurred out the entire screen and said that he was a dead dude. I don't know about all that. That makes me a little bit like, what else are they doing that with? You can't simply do that. And not expect people not to trust. Where is the other video? It might have been Twitter. What? Oh wait, what is this? Oh, this is new. Resistance forces bringing out the big guns. Hey, they ain't got tanks yet, at least. Hell yeah. There's the Afghan resistance fighting against the Taliban. That's pretty sick, dude. Gotta tell you. Hey, okay, and they're blocking that road off too, and it's got mountains stuff on both sides. Okay, hopefully that's recent footage, dude, and not just well, they're not to be trusted either. Well, which one should we trust more, Taliban or them? It's a trip seeing that tank there though with them, even though it is they're supposed to be the good guys or the bad guys. They're the better guys. The better guys. That's it. I don't see it, man. Check Twitter. Boop. There's a video bundle now. Whoa. Is that real?
Behind and to the right. Their names: Max Soviet, David Espinoza, Riley McCollum, Kareem Nakui. Please stand with me now and watch this salute to our fallen heroes as it approaches from behind and to the right. Their names: Max Soviet, David Espinoza, Riley McCollum, Kareem Nakui, Hunter Lopez, Ryan Knopf, Jared Schmitz, Dagan Page, Nicole Gee, Darren Hoover, Johanny Rosal Pichardo, Humberto Sanchez, Dylan Leora.
So, do they have the same exact medals? I thought that this one. Is the Corpsman right here? Because I recognize this medal. I don't know if the Marines have that medal, the orange and the green one. You can actually get that at a boot camp. Only one person gets it though. The best in the graduating class. Graduating class, I don't mean the best in your division either. I mean the best out of like 15 divisions, like 1,500 people. So it's like that was a super rare one to get out of boot camp. One person out of a lot of people. And it's actually hard to get while you're active, like after boot camp too. It takes some serious work. What's that one called? The green with the orange stripes. Achievement? Navy achievement? Man, now I gotta look real quick. I think that's it though. Yeah. Oh, okay. So yeah, it does look different in the Marines. It's got different colors on it. So I think that was the Corpsman. It is pretty high. The one that a lot of people have over that is the Navy Accommodation Medal, maybe, with just the green and white stripes. Is it? Accommodation Medal. And then yeah, this would be the next one over. It's also pretty hard to get. What am I doing? Okay, whatever. We know which one was the Corpsman. Oh, is this gonna show them angry? Look, there's music, dude. Go anyway. I don't actually know. It doesn't. Wait. Oh. Say his name.
Darren Hoover.
Darren Hoover was the Corpsman. There you go. This dude looks like an actor, kind of, but not really. Who is this guy? Went absolutely on a hinged emotional rant about Afghanistan. Is this worth it? I don't know. He's half crying. Let's see what he's talking about.
I just heard a moment ago, President Biden refuses to move the August 31st deadline. He's allowing the Taliban to dictate what we do. And he's gonna leave our American people behind. You fucking coward!
Oh.
You fucking coward!
Escalated quickly. He must know somebody over there, I guess. You know, I mean. What if he doesn't know anybody over there at all?
Calm down, baby. Calm down. Calm down, honey.
What if he's never even met an Afghanistan person in real life or something? I don't know.
I just heard a moment ago.
He probably has. Let's find out.
President Biden.
Let's find. Oh wait, there's more.
What's up, everybody? Justin here. I just heard through the grapevine a moment ago that all of the shots have been FDA approved and they're pushing for mandatory. So with that being said, my response is this. I've got a shot waiting for anybody who dares bring a shot to our door. Take it to the bank.
His teeth, man. And anytime I see black spots on people's teeth, I'm like,
What's up, everybody?
I mean, the stuff you're saying, I don't really know right now because you got these black spots, man. What is that? Can you scrape it? Are you scrape it off, or is that like? Because when that's on there, it's like, oh man, this is a nice car. You might want to get your teeth fixed or something. Shit's right out, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't take people seriously that have that. But I'm sorry, dude. You got to work on that, man. I know it's like, damn, I don't want to have to deal with that, but I can't. I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole for that. I once stopped talking to a girl because her teeth were so bad. I've done it twice, actually. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We are the world. We are the children. Hey, this is some stuff we left. Kabul Airport. We left that chair? We left that V8? That's got way too much sodium. But the low sodium V8s taste like nothing. A thick nothing like drink. You gotta have the high sodium, and it feels like you put just a little bit more sodium in it. All the password areas is interesting. Does this person have more? Use it banks. I mean, it seems everybody's trying to get their money out of Afghanistan as well, which is concerning because if all the good people leave, then it leaves a safe haven for all the bad people. Ain't that. Taliban flying around. Ooh, we got a chopper view, dude. Hey, look, they're waving. That's so sweet. Sweet boys. Oh wow, look, they all took a field trip in it. I didn't know they would. I actually wouldn't have thought they would have done it like that. They all want to be martyred. They're like Allah Akbar. If I could die today, it's better than, it's like any other martyr day, right? They're doing it in duty. Dude, some of those dudes have probably never been in an airplane, and for that, hey, good for them, man. They get to fly around for a bit and experience that craziness of being airborne. Yeah, but the thing is, the Afghan soldiers got they got surface to air missiles that are pretty accurate, right? Against I mean, the Taliban has them too, but they still got to worry about getting shot down. Thousands rally in Kandahar to mark victory. There's your flag over there. Is that a Western Union? It says Western Union on the side of the building. Looks like it. It's the same colors. Maybe not.
मैदान की फ्री मैदान ها تمیر دلار بکنه ده मैदान की فاتو ده فريكي امريكانو فريكي ايه تلاشي
This right now, August 31st, last night video. Last night from Kabul. They just went right under that razor wire, dude. Wasted. What is it even there for? I guess to keep back a group of people running at it. Saw that earlier. They have a convoy of these things, North Korea style, going down the street. They have a parade of American vehicles. This guy's talking about how they're going to fix these all up. And they're going to be brand new within 12 to 16 months. At a cost of only, for this right here, he says he just needs to put a little metal over it, and we fix it in no time. And put the missiles in here, we're Taliban, he says. What do you think? Yes, we can do that. We got Islam on our side. This is going to be buffed out. We're going to get some things from other countries. They help us. And, oh. Right. He cut it off there. Stand up to his words. I can't even tell what I'm looking at here. English? Partially. Oh, here we go. Another one. This is a new video for me. Michigan, huh? The guy in Michigan arrested because he was planning on driving through an unemployment extension rally at our... How did they know he's planning on doing it? Dude, what is this panel in front of him? What is that? Looks like a fish finder on the dashboard. What's this guy have? He's over there.
So many other choppers that they've been able to capture from ANDSF elsewhere. And why would the Americans do this? They've even taken the Sensory avionics there.
This is different.
But they've left behind.
Yeah, what do they leave behind?
Their maintenance records with the signatures. What was there, what was not.
Oh.
Continues
what? They left him a list of what they need to order?
But yeah,
brilliant.
You can look at it. Remarkable.
Oh my god.
20 years of war.
Why would...
And these beasts...
A shopping list, bro.
In the air are no longer operable. The Taliban calls the sabotage a malicious act by an unforgiving occupier that cared more about securing equipment than Afghanistan's future.
The last sentence that I heard from an American soldier, he was standing there, and he said, "We were trying to leave the airport in a professional manner. So now the world sees how professional manner is that the American leave here."
The U.S. Defense Department had said it planned to destroy any weapons it left behind at the airport, but it also insists it left undamaged any equipment needed to return the airport to civilian operations. Farther down the runway, we approach another military plane. This seems to be largely intact, at least the hull of it inside. But outside, the propellers are turned, the tires are bust, and even the control area there, the electronics and avionics have been ripped out.
Good stuff. What else?
After 20 years of American occupation, the Taliban will need to quickly figure out what it needs to do to get things moving at the airport again. But it also needs to ensure it doesn't end up moving in circles instead of going forward. Ali Mustafa, TRT World at Kabul Airport.
What is it, a floor cleaner? A floor waxer? What it look like? Oh, they're in the control tower. That looks weird. That's a really good picture. Los Angeles Times was in it. So, Ooh, Taliban's claim. Ooh, 4 hours ago, claiming that they captured some Czech spot and areas in Panjshir. Let's see what happens next.
برای مخصوصا پر درې بجې باندې دا کمربند فتح شو ټول د دې پوسټي دغه دی او د غره په سر کې چې باندې دا ټول او عمومي کمربند یې دغه دا اوس پیلان مجاهدین دلته قرار لري.
Is this the Taliban? I feel like this is the Taliban because like why else does it say the Taliban took?
ټول ته پرون مجاهدین ونن الحمدلله ټول د حکومت څنګهونه ونی.
I don't see any American weapons though, do you? Besides the Hummer there, but like.
او مخامخ درچ باندې دغه بس پنځیر او ټانګان وز د مجاهدینو له ورکشته سوي
flag
ټول تل وړه مرتولاړ دي ټانګان د مجاهدینو.
hygiene.
الحمدلله الحمدلله.
Taliban or no Taliban?
مجاهدین مخ پر وړاندې روان دي.
Yeah, Taliban.
دا د دشمن خزیه وي چې الحمدلله پرون پر 3 بجې د مجاهدینو لاس ته ولوېده. دا ټوله د دوی خزیه وي.
Damn, Bitcoin jumped up pretty quick all of a sudden. Oh, look at ETH, dude. Jeez. Is he actually going to 5K? Bro. He jumped up like $200 today or $100 this morning, something. Commando training. Oh, what? I don't know if that music will get me copyrighted. I've gotten copyrighted by one of their propaganda videos before. It was one where they were showing there was like a mini navy set up in the water in the Middle East, and they were bombing it. It was hard to tell that it was miniaturized boats and stuff though. Yeah, it was like a year ago. Y'all remember that? It got me for the music on it. No translation. Those are our mountains. We're all in those mountains. Once we go in there, no one can defeat us.
رحمن د حق سپین کاروان عسکری د رحمان په پل راپورته شوی د ګران رسول الله ژوند د شریعت غواړو په دنیا ژوند د شریعت غواړو په دنیا د حق سپین کاروان عسکری د رحمان د حق سپین کاروان عسکری د رحمان.
Is that the choir? Those have got to be the best sounding dudes out of all of them. are vibing, dude. What is this? Emotional scene. A lot of Taliban fighters and members support are offering Sajdaya Shakar. What does that mean? They're crying for their god? They just uncontrollably cry and give the tears to the god by letting them drip into the earth? Let's see what this is. Saj Shakur. It's like Wailing Wall or something, dude. This is fucking weird. Oh my god, I'm freaking out, man. Everybody's crying. Watch with the headset on, dude. People. Must know more though. Is anybody talking about it? No. What is that? Y'all heard about that before? Okay, yeah, because when I looked up on it, it doesn't really talk about crying, does it? How is Shaka? Oh, it's a certain prayer. Here we go. How is it performed? Okay, how many rakas in the chakra prayer? Prayers of thanks. How are chakra prayers? Chakra. Prostration of thankfulness. So they were crying out of gratitude that we were gone, maybe? There's also a Sajja Chakra. It is done in order to thank Allah after getting over a disaster or catastrophe. First of all, after taking ablution, you say the opening takbir, the Iftitah Takbir Allah Akbar, and after conveying your thanks and praises to Allah, you stand up again to Qiyam, or standing, saying Allah Akbar. It is prescribed for anything that makes one happy, whether it is attaining some benefit or warding off some harm. This sajda is done often by the Prophet. Abu Bakr said that when the Prophet heard any news that made him glad, he would fall down prostrating to Allah. May he be exalted. Allah's apostle worshipped so much that his feet were swollen. I don't know, is this talking more about it or not? So yeah, they're just super grateful that we're gone. Emotional scene, a lot of Taliban fighters and members supporting, offering thanks to Allah for the U.S. Army leaving. Interesting. What is this? We saw this one. Hey, haven't seen this guy. Sick. Hey, why does it have stuff in the spokes? Did he put styrofoam in his spokes so he could be cool? Or is that a brand new bike that still got the tags on? What's going on, dude? He's been trying to be cool. Hey, it's mine. I know which one's mine. It's got the styrofoam in the spokes, so back off. This guy's definitely not speaking English. Let's see though. Appear to have detained an alleged robber at Kabul airport this morning. Well, the Taliban, isn't that sweet? They look like they're getting. What did he? Whoa! What are they showing off here? He's got. What the hell's all over his? Why does he have blue legs? Hey man, was he stealing paint? Okay, he has a chest hair. Chest hair and blue paint on his legs. He's definitely guilty, dude. Japan Railways. Why is this on here? Full of Afghanistan people. Oh. Oh, what's this? Taliban now, it's like, oh, this was last night. Or... I don't remember this video though. Oh, they're having a party. Good for them. I'm still in this same person's Twitter, this random person I've clicked on. You got some content on here though. Like, real talk though, aren't they eventually gonna run out of American ammo? And like be like, bro, because it doesn't have the same ammo as an AK. It's easier to get Russian ammo than American ammo, probably. Russians don't have the same calibers that we do either. That's by design, right? So that if in case they captured us, they don't have our our ammo doesn't help them, kind of, maybe. I don't think about it.
دا د امریکانو میدان دی په کابل کې نن د مجاهدینو لا
It has some clap to them. Clap, 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 clap. Alright, we gotta get back. We gotta get back over here because the freshest stuff would be over here. I just went back in time on his because I wanted to see what he had to offer. What's her name's gonna be on soon? Pasaki. Hey, there's a giant donut. The National Security Advisor won't call Taliban the enemy? Really? Did you guys know that?
Just on those lines, what is the Taliban? Are they now our frenemy? Are they our adversary? Are they our enemy? Are they our... What are they?
Well, it's hard to put a label on it, in part because we have yet to see what they are going to be now that they are in control, physical control of Afghanistan.
Just on those lines, what is the Taliban? Are they...
Forgive them the benefit of the doubt, I guess. I mean, they do say that if you give, like, putting faith in someone, they're more likely to do good rather than condemning them. If you condemn somebody, then they're more likely to keep going down that path than to turn things around. So they're giving them enough rope to hang themselves with, so to speak. Like, once they fuck up, they're gonna be like, yep,
You're saying that you done fucked up now, you're that dumb.
That's what I'm thinking is happening right now. Like, they're saying this only because they're hoping that they won't be stupid, and they probably have a lot of cameras looking down on them right now. a lot of Space Wars type shit on them, paying very close attention. You know, we had to have made sure that our Space Wars was up to par so we could watch everything that they're doing without drones buzzing them constantly. They had to have done that, dude. There's no way we were so stupid that we just left and we're like, oh, I hope everything works out. We got cameras on them like Hubble, probably. Especially with Tesla, you know, Elon doing as much as we've been doing with SpaceX and everything. Dude, there's no telling what we got floating around up there. We got cars that can drive themselves down here. It's some pretty heavy artillery they got, though. We're not gonna bust it out until it's time, sir. Is it time? Bust out the lasers. Like, what is the space station doing up there all this time? They're the laser operators or something. No, I'm just playing. They're just up there growing shit. What is this? That is interesting. Afghan should have no future under a new regime. Hey, no children were in danger during this video, right? She wasn't in danger, right? Her father was there watching. Safe video. In their country, that's legal. To be married to somebody that age, probably, which is kind of crazy. Let's see. We gotta know. Pretty sure it's like 12. Oh, wait a second. Afghanistan is actually way higher than I expected. There's no wait. Oh, wait. There's no age of consent in Afghanistan, as all sexual activity outside of marriage is illegal. Okay, well, the minimum age of marriage for men is 18 and 16 for women. So it sounds like 16, but how well that's abided by, who knows? I figured it was less than that, dude, because there are some countries that are pretty crazy out there still. Where's the content, dude? Who's this guy? Who's this guy? With no volume. I can't look at it. Or I can't. Okay, I gotta go to the White House. Not the White House. Where is he? At the Pentagon?
Evacuated some 6,000 American citizens of civilians in a. It was historic. And I hope that all Americans will unite to thank our service members for their courage and their compassion.
What's that miss?
They were operating in an immensely dangerous and dynamic environment. But our troops were tireless, fearless, and selfless. Our commanders never flinched, and our allies and partners were extraordinary. The United States evacuated some 6,000 American citizens and a total of more than 124,000 civilians. And we did it all in the midst of a pandemic and in the face of grave and growing threats. I am incredibly proud of those who made it happen, and they made it happen with grit and skill and humanity. Our outstanding men and women showed steady judgment under crushing pressure including some very young service members who summoned up exceptional courage at close quarters. They ran an international airport. They sped up visas. They fed the hungry. They comforted the desperate. And they got plane after plane after plane into the sky. Our forces risked their own lives to save the lives of others. And 13 of our very best paid the ultimate price. And many of them were too young to personally remember the 9/11 attacks. The United States military will always honor their heroism. We mourn with their families, and we owe them support through the days and years ahead. It is noteworthy that on the day of the attack at the airport, our troops and their partners pushed hard and carried on, putting 89 rescue flights in the air in the span of 24 hours and lifting 12,500 souls to freedom. It has been an enormous achievement, not just by the U.S. military, but also by the militaries of our allies and partners, and of course, by our teammates at the State Department. Now the war is over, and we're entering a new chapter, one where our diplomats and our interagency partners take the lead. We're part of an urgent team effort to move Afghan evacuees out of temporary housing in intermediate staging bases in the Gulf and in Europe and on to begin new lives. And I'll be traveling to the Gulf next week to thank our partners there who have done so much to help save and shelter Afghan civilians. Now, some of those brave Afghans will be coming to make new lives with their families in America after careful screening and security vetting run by our interagency partners. We're temporarily sheltering some of these evacuees at military facilities here at home. And I'm proud of the way that our military communities have welcomed them. Some of these courageous Afghans fought alongside us. And they and their families have more than earned their places in the land of the free and the home of the brave. And welcoming these Afghans isn't just about what they've done, it's about who we are. Now, as one mission ends, others must go on. And even during our Afghan retrograde, this department was racing to help victims of natural disasters at home and abroad, and we still are. We've been driving to end the pandemic, and we've continued to tackle security challenges from China and Russia, Iran, and North Korea. It's our duty to defend this nation, and we're not going to take our eye off the ball. And that means relentless counterterrorism efforts against any threat to the American people from any place. It means working with our partners to shore up stability in the region around Afghanistan. And it means a new focus to our leadership in this young century. To meet the security challenges from China, to seize new opportunities in the Indo-Pacific and elsewhere, and to deepen our ties with old allies and new partners, and to defend our democracy against all enemies. But for today, I want to end with a word to the force and their families. I know that these have been difficult days for many of us, and as we look back as a nation on the war in Afghanistan, I hope that we will all do so with thoughtfulness and respect. I will always be proud of the part that we played in this war. But we shouldn't expect Afghan war veterans to agree any more than any other group of Americans. I've heard strong views from many sides in recent days, and that's vital. That's democracy. That's America. As we always do, this department will look back clearly and professionally and learn every lesson that we can. That's our way. But right now, it's time to thank all those who served in this war, because you are the greatest asset that we have. You. The extraordinary men and women who volunteer to keep us all safe, and your families. So my prayers are with you, and with the Gold Star families who lost loved ones in Afghanistan, and with the warriors who mourn their fallen brothers and sisters, and with those who bear the wounds of war to body and to soul. We will never forget what you did and what you gave. Our country owes you thanks that won't fade, and support that won't falter. The war has ended, but our gratitude never will. And finally, just a word about the Navy helicopter mishap overnight off the coast of California. I know the Navy is working diligently at search and rescue operations. And on behalf of the whole department, I want to pass on our thoughts and prayers for the best possible outcome. It's yet another reminder of the dangers our men and women face every day, overseas, at sea, and here at home. Now let me turn it over to the chairman.
Thanks, Secretary, and good afternoon, everyone. 3 weeks ago, the United States military received the mission to conduct a non-combatant evacuation operation from Afghanistan in support of the Department of State. In order to evacuate American citizens, the Department of State designated Afghans with a directed completion date of 31 August. The key military tasks were to secure and defend the international airport in Kabul, evacuate all embassy personnel, evacuate all American citizens that wanted to get out, and evacuate other Afghans as designated by the Department of State, and retrograde all of the U.S. military. In short, the United States military was tasked to conduct two highly complex missions simultaneously: a retrograde while in contact with the enemy, and a NEO in a non-permissive environment. We executed that mission in a highly dynamic, dangerous operating environment from a war-torn country, and it was conducted across 9 countries and 26 intermediate staging bases and temporary safe havens. We deployed between 5,000 and 6,000 military personnel on the ground, some of whom were forward deployed based on our contingency planning. These elements came from the 82nd Airborne Division, Special Forces, the Marine Corps, along with Navy and Air Force personnel. Flying in support were combat aircraft from the Air Force and the Navy, as well as incredible support from the transport aircraft, the pilots and crews of the United States Transportation Command. And afloat, we had an ARG-MU and a carrier strike group. We flew 387 U.S. military C-17 and C-130 sorties, and we enabled 391 non-U.S. military sorties. A total of 778 sorties evacuated a total of 124,334 people, which included almost 6,000 American citizens, third country nationals, and Afghans designated by the Department of State. And we will continue to evacuate American citizens under the leadership of the Department of State, as this mission is now transitioned from a military mission to a diplomatic mission. Evacuees flowed through the Intermediate Staging Base Safe Havens in Central Command and European Command for onward movement to the United States, a third country, or their home of origin for repatriation. Evacuees complete medical and security screening, vetting, in accordance with the lead federal agency's guidance, the Department of Homeland Security. Currently, there's approximately 20,000 evacuees in 7 staging bases in 5 countries in Central Command. Another 23,000 in 7 staging bases in 4 countries in Europe. And as of this morning, there are approximately 20,000 Afghans who arrived at 8 different military bases in the continental United States. This mission cost 11 Marines, 1 soldier, and 1 Navy corpsman their lives, and 22 others were wounded in action. In addition to over 100 Afghans killed and wounded in a horrific terrorist attack on 26 August at Abbey Gate on the southeast perimeter of the airport. Those soldiers, sailors, and Marines gave their lives so that others may live free. They literally gave their tomorrows for the tomorrows of people they never knew. Those 124,000, they never knew the 13 who died, and they will never know the 22 who were wounded, nor the thousands of dead and thousands of wounded who came before them. But they will now live in freedom because of American blood shed on their behalf. Nearly 2 decades have passed since that horrible, dark September day in our nation's history when 2,977 innocent lives were murdered. Since then, the men and women of the United States military and our interagency partners have fought tirelessly to defeat terrorists in Afghanistan and around the world, both at home and abroad. Their talent, their efforts have carried this fight day and night. In Afghanistan, our mission, our military mission, has now come to an end. And we're going to learn from this experience as a military. How we got to this moment in Afghanistan will be analyzed and studied for years to come. And we in the military will approach this with humility, transparency, and candor. There are many tactical, operational, and strategic lessons to be learned. 800,000 of us in uniform served in Afghanistan over the last 20 years. Our nation spent over $1 trillion. And most importantly, 2,461 soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines gave the last full measure of devotion, while 20,691 were wounded, and untold thousands of others suffer with the invisible wounds of war as we close this chapter in our nation's history. And all of those casualties are alongside our allies and partners, and we should never forget that 60,000 Afghan national security forces gave their lives in the conduct of this war. Our counterterrorism efforts in Afghanistan and the region over 20 years has protected the American people from terrorist attack, and the men and women and children who were just evacuated will ultimately be the legacy to prove the value of our sacrifice. For the past 20 years, there's not been a major attack on our homeland. And it is now our mission to ensure that we continue our intelligence efforts, continue our counterterrorism efforts, continue our military efforts to protect the American people for the next 20 years. And we in the American military are committed to do just that. For those of us in uniform who served in Afghanistan, for our families who have suffered and sacrificed along our side, for those who have supported us, these have been incredibly emotional and trying days, and indeed years. We are all conflicted with feelings of pain and anger, sorrow and sadness, combined with pride and resilience. There are no words that I or the Secretary or the President or anyone else will ever do to bring the dead back, but we can always honor them. And one thing I am certain of, for any soldier, sailor, airman, or Marine and their family, your service mattered, and it was not in vain. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have enough time for a few questions, and we'll start with you, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Looking ahead in Afghanistan, question for both of you, please. Given the experience of the past couple of weeks at the Kabul airport, where U.S. commanders were coordinating or at least communicating daily with Taliban commanders, to an effect that General McKenzie himself said was at times very helpful. And also, I know, General Milley, in your case, you last year had face-to-face meetings with Taliban leaders, at least on a couple of occasions. I'm wondering what you think these experiences say about the prospect for a United States relationship with the Taliban, to include the possibility of any kind of coordination in counterterrorism operations against ISIS-K in Afghanistan.
Well, Bob, first of all, let me applaud the initiative of our commanders on the ground who would stop at nothing to accomplish the mission.
Shut up and answer the question.
They were provided of evacuating as many American citizens, third country nationals, and SIV applicants as possible. We were focused on, we were working with the Taliban on a very narrow set of issues. And it was just that, to get as many people out as we possibly could. And so I would not leap to, I would not make any leaps of logic to, a broader, to broader issues. I would just say that, again, I'm immensely proud of what our troops have done to this point. And it's hard to predict where this will go in the future with respect to
stricken for non-response, please.
I would just say, Bob, Secretary and I both served in Afghanistan, and many of us did, and you all did too.
Too short.
We don't know what the future of the Taliban is, but I can tell you from personal experience that this is a ruthless group from the past,
to this guy.
and whether or not they change remains to be seen. And as far as our dealings with them at that airfield or in the past year or so, in war, you do what you must in order to reduce risk to mission and force, not what you necessarily want to do.
Any possibility of coordination against
yes.
ISIS-K with them?
Okay, there it is.
Going forward, Bob, I would not want to make any predictions. I would tell you that we're going to do everything that we can to make sure we remain focused on ISIS-K, understand that network, and at the time of our choosing in the future, hold them accountable for what they've done. Let's go to Helene Cooper.
Thank you, sir, for doing this. I have a question for you and then another one for General Milley. Mr. Secretary, perhaps it's possible that there's no exit from
Why are they bringing
Afghanistan
up
that would not have been
notes for the next
chaotic,
question? Did you see
given
that?
what we now know, and for all the reasons that the administration has mentioned. But I would like to know now, in hindsight, is there one thing that you wish that you or the Pentagon could have done differently?
Thanks, Helene. I would just tell you that there hasn't been a single operation that I've ever been involved in where we didn't discover that there's something that we could have done better or more efficiently or more effectively. And I'd also say that no operation is ever perfect. I will tell you that we will do what we always do, and that is to look at ourselves and do after-action reviews, and we want to make sure that we learn every lesson that can be learned from this experience. But I want to take the time to do it the right way, and so we'll do that in the days ahead.
Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, I would just say again, Helene, that I'm enormously proud of our men and women who worked hard to accomplish what they just accomplished, which I think, as I said earlier, is historic and heroic. Go ahead.
I think we should have maybe thrown out the book on the whole SIV. I mean, the previous administration did leave, I understand the Biden did put a lot of hurdles in the way of the SIV program that this administration had to then deal with upon arrival. Do you think at all that because the Pentagon worked so hard with these people for 20 years, these translators and interpreters, that we should have thrown that whole book out?
What I would say, Helene, is that the SIV program is obviously not designed to accommodate what we just did in evacuating, over 100,000 people. And so perhaps this program should be looked at going forward. It is a designed to be a slow process. Secretary Blinken and the State Department worked hard early on to shorten the timeline that it takes to work your way through that process. But again, for the type of operation that we just conducted, I think we need a different type of capability.
And for General Milley, I wanted to ask you about Sunday's drone strike. Can you take us back to that morning? You have intel that ISIS-K is plotting another attack. The military spots a vehicle that you believe is full of carrying explosives, and we take the car out with a drone strike, and reports now say that we may have, that 10 civilians, as many as 10 civilians may have been killed. Because of the urgent threat environment at the time, do preliminary assessments indicate that we may have rushed, relaxed, or waived altogether some of the normal checks and balances that we do before a strike like that?
A couple of things. One is, as we always do on all of these things, we initiate an investigation. We're reviewing all the video and all that. But having said that, what do we know, what do we don't know, what do we think, sort of thing. At the time, and I think this is still valid, we had very good intelligence that ISIS-K was preparing a specific type vehicle at a specific type location. We monitored that through various means, and all of the engagement criteria were being met. We went through the same level of rigor that we've done for years, and we took a strike. So that we did. Secondly, is we know that there were secondary explosions. Because there were secondary explosions, there's a reasonable conclusion to be made that there was explosives in that vehicle. The third thing is we know from a variety of other means that at least one of those people that were killed was an ISIS facilitator. So were there others killed? Yes, there are others killed. Who they are, we don't know. We'll try to sort through all that. But we believe that the procedures at this point, I don't want to influence the outcome of an investigation, but at this point we think that the procedures were correctly followed and it was a righteous strike.
So we've got time for one more question, and we'll go to Barb for the last question.
Thank you, Chair. While your messages today from both of you, your messages of compassion and gratitude are certainly understood, in the last several days, both of you at multiple times have issued these kinds of messages and statements. And what I'm curious about is, what do you see in the country, with troops, with veterans, that makes you feel, it's a rare thing, that makes you feel these messages must continue, and you have put out so many in the last few days? And General Milley, I was very struck you used the words pain and anger, and that you understood that was out there. So as a combat veteran yourself of Afghanistan, can you help people understand that? Where does your pain and anger come from? If you could both answer your views on this.
I would start by saying, Barb, that this is the longest war in our history. And so there have been a couple of generations that have participated in this war. And as we've gone about, I've gotten input and reactions that are from all sides of this issue. And as I said in my opening statement, that's to be expected. And of course, I respect that. And I think we have to provide ourselves the time and space to adequately deal with everything that our veterans have been through. And we will work through those issues. And the system will be there to support our veterans as we work through those issues. I just think, again, we need to respect each other's views and be supportive of each other. And one thing I would say, Barb, is that people will process this differently. And for those who think they need help, please seek help. We're there for you. And as I said, you heard me say a number of times before, mental health is health, period. And so this will take time to work for people to work their way through. There are varying opinions on each side of the aisle, and that's to be expected and respected. So,
Can you both assure? There was a question for General.
So, Barbara, you asked me where my pain and anger comes from. I have all those same emotions, and I'm sure the Secretary does, and anyone who served. And I commanded troops, and I wasn't born a four-star general. I have walked the patrols and been blown up and shot at and RPG'd and everything else. My pain and anger comes from the same as the grieving families, the same as those soldiers that are on the ground. Last night I visited the wounded up in Walter Reed. This is tough stuff. War is hard. It's vicious. It's brutal. It's unforgiving. And yes, we all have pain and anger. And when we see what has unfolded over the last 20 years and over the last 20 days, that creates pain and anger. And mine comes from 242 of my soldiers killed in action over 20 years in Iraq and Afghanistan. So yeah, I have that, but I'm a professional soldier. I'm going to contain my pain and anger and continue to execute my mission.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks. We have to go.
We have
to go, guys.
Thanks, guys. Be sent back to Afghanistan.
General Milley, as far as I served in the military and trained with Afghans.
There's such a big difference between him and that two-star general that's always on. I forget his name. Like General Milley doesn't smile. There's a smile. That other dude's constantly smiling. It weirds me out, dude. Smiles too much for a general talking about war and people dying. What are you talking about, man?
Towards those who betray the country by hailing the Taliban. No, it's not a joke. It's not something to really just debate. It's something to unite over, and that's debate number one tonight, viewers. I appeal to all of you tonight. United national interest. There is no place for Taliban supporters. Supporting the Taliban is supporting terrorism. Debate number two this evening.
India on point.
As the United States plunges Afghanistan into terrorism and makes it the world's latest terror hotbed, how can America continue to fawn over the disastrous and dangerous Biden policy? That's debate two. And debate number three tonight. Now even the Taliban has shown its back to Pakistan despite Imran Khan pulling from pillar to post to do their bidding. That's debate number three, and here are the headlines. This one is the evening of the debate tonight.
Let's go. Give me the headlines. Give me the headlines.
The Al-Qaeda puts together a glorified congratulatory message for the Taliban, makes a Kashmir next mention. As the global anti-India terror alliance becomes clear, it's time to call out and confront cheerleaders of the Taliban. Omar Abdullah and Asaduddin Owaisi question the government's move to engage the Taliban. They ask, why not delist the Taliban now? From steep food prices to long bank queues, Afghan citizens struggle for survival under a Taliban rule of terror.
Already?
Sensational details of alleged Biden Ghani call from July shows how US President ignored Pakistan's role. And support to the Taliban seems to be backfiring for Pakistan. The Durand line fencing has been opposed.
What? The fencing is what? Have they breached the border to Pakistan? India news is super exciting.
And ladies and gentlemen, there is enough proof to show that the Taliban, the Al-Qaeda, the Jaish-e-Mohammed, the Lashkar-e-Toiba, the Hizbul Mujahideen, and all the rest of them are working together to destabilize the entire...
Be with me.
Destabilize the entire South Asian subcontinent. Those living in denial that the Afghanistan crisis will not impact India must wake up now. And those who support the Taliban must realize that they are in fact supporting terrorism. Let's debate.
So is this...
On August 23rd, just 8 days after Taliban took over Kabul,
These videos surfaced from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Jaish and Lashkar terrorists were celebrating
That's
Taliban
August
victory.
24th.
This video was a warning to those in denial. Taliban threat in India is
Oh,
real.
that's in India?
9 days after this video, here's another reality check. In a two-page congratulatory statement for Taliban, its old friend Al-Qaeda slipped in a call to liberate Kashmir from what they call our enemies of Islam. Leaving no ambiguity on Taliban, they are nothing but a terror group. And support to Taliban amounts to support to terrorism. So whether they are politicians who are trying to legitimize Taliban in some way,
is the Taliban a terror organization? If it is not, will you move in the United Nations to have it delisted as a terror organization? If it is not a terror organization, then please move in the United Nations to have it removed from that list of terror organizations. Let their bank accounts start functioning, and let's not treat them differently.
or hardliners who want to emulate Taliban-like
They're still
diktats in
listed
India.
as a terror organization, and we're about to be doing business with them. That's interesting.
चाहिए ये ज़रूरी है कि अच्छे तालीमी इदारे बच्चियों के कायम हों और उनको आला तालीम दी जाए, लेकिन मखलूत तालीम के हम खिलाफ हैं.
Terror supporters must have no place in India. And it should be a mirror to those who try to draw a false equivalence between Hindutva and Taliban. Tonight, the line is clear. Those supporting Taliban that has unleashed a reign of terror killing hundreds in the last few days are nothing but anti-nationals. Let's debate.
Are Antifa, are they supporting Taliban yet? They supported Palestinians.
And there are some people,
This is the beginning of that debate.
most
I see.
unfortunately in this
It's pretty
country,
good.
for
You
whom
guys
this
have
is
burned
only
here
an
for this.
academic debate. They don't want to discuss the ethics of why no Indian citizen should even dream or dare to directly, indirectly, consciously, unconsciously, voluntarily or involuntarily support the Taliban. Therefore, they want to confuse the whole picture by trying to find ways around it, but not on this channel, not on Republic. 9:10 p.m. Simple question tonight. General Bakshi, Sushil Pandit, Alok Bansal of the India Foundation, Sanju Verma, Dr. Fuad Halim, Ifra Jan, Abhishek Sudhir, and Atikur Rahman, welcome. I want to cut the chase. I don't want any of you to run away from my question, though you may want to. My view is simple. If you are supporting a terrorist organization by providing any kind of cover to it, then you are an overground terrorist worker. Right? Now, Masood Azhar, responsible, G.D. Bakshi, as we all know, for the Pulwama attack that martyred 40 of our CRPF Jawans, released by the BJP, is having meetings with the Taliban. Hence, supporting the Taliban is supporting Masood Azhar. Supporting Masood Azhar is supporting the Jaish-e-Mohammed. Supporting the Jaish-e-Mohammed is supporting terrorism and violence against India and terrorism against India's armed forces. Therefore, all Taliban supporters are effectively terrorists and terrorist supporters. Does anyone on the panel have any doubt about that? If you have a doubt about it, raise it now. Does anyone have a doubt about it? Then debate with me freely tonight. Don't come back later and say I didn't ask the question. Say so, Abhishek Sudhir. I'm saying Taliban supporters are anti-national, Taliban supporters are terrorist supporters, Taliban supporters are in fact terrorists themselves. You have any doubt with that?
Agreed.
You have any doubt with that? Ifra Jan, do you have any doubt with that?
I agree, but Omar Abdullah is not supporting them. Omar Abdullah is asking for clarity. He's asking for clarity. You're talking to the Taliban on one hand. On the other hand, you're working against them in the UN Security Council. Please enunciate the policy on Afghanistan. I want to know from my Prime Minister today, what is the policy on Afghanistan? Are you engaging with the Taliban now? 2 weeks ago on your program, Mr. Goswami, you lambasted me. You castigated me for saying that we have to engage with them. Today, the government of India has admitted that they have opened formal talks with them. You should be asking tough questions of the government. There are no sympathizers of the Taliban in India, certainly not in the opposition. Yes, there may be stray statements, but that doesn't make all of us who are opposed to the policies of this government terrorists and anti-nationals. This government has no clear enunciation of the policy in Afghanistan. Wait and watch. We are now clutching at straws. We have been left out in the cold. Now you're going and talking to the Taliban. Now you're going and talking to them. For what joy? What are they going to do? Huh? Are you going to protect the Hindu and Sikh minorities?
Just 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. Sanju, 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. Abhishek, 1 minute. 1 minute, please. 1 minute before Sanju also comes in. 1 minute. Understand the issue here. There are two issues. Issue number one, supporting the Taliban, supporting the Jaish, supporting the Hizbul Mujahideen, supporting the Lashkar-e-Toiba, supporting Masood Azhar. That's issue number one. Issue number two, formally recognizing the Taliban, which thank heavens has not happened till now. The day it happens, I will be the first person to stand right there against it. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, Abhishek. But let me not see you go through the folly of trying to justify people who are supporting a terrorist group on our soil by asking questions of what kind of legal sanction we have for or against the Taliban. These are two separate issues. First, take your position on the first. First, you take your position on the first. First, you take your position on the first. First, you tell me how is supporting the Taliban not supporting the Hizbul Mujahideen? Please answer that. Yeah. How is supporting the Taliban not supporting Masood Azhar? Tell me that.
Who is supporting the Taliban? I'm asking you, who is Omar Abdullah supporting the Taliban?
Where did Omar Abdullah come from? I didn't even refer to Omar Abdullah.
House arrest.
I have not even referred to Omar Abdullah. I'm talking about people who are cheerleading the Taliban.
And Omar Abdullah's statement.
I'm sorry.
Saying that he's
I'm sorry. I'm not even talking about Omar Abdullah. I'm talking about a cohort within India which encourages, cheers and wants to emulate the Taliban-style diktats in India. I'm talking about them. Why are you confused? Sanju is responding.
Such a cohort only exists in the imagination of certain people. There is no such cohort in this country.
I heard the gentleman. Thank you. Abhishek, you've had your say. Let me please come in. You know, I want to say one thing or not, that there is a difference between engagement, dialogue and a warning. Deepak Mittal meeting in Doha, the Taliban representative was only to tell the Taliban loud and clear that there are still 140 Hindus and Sikhs who are trapped in Afghanistan and they need to be rescued and brought back to India safe and sound. Point number one. Point number two, in no uncertain terms, the Indian envoy.
What will your government do? What warning are you giving? You think the Taliban is scared of us? We look like chickens in front of them right now. Thanks to your government and our government, their ineptitude.
You know, you asked this man to please keep quiet. I did not interrupt him. Extend the same courtesy, please. Thank you. Point number two, we categorically told the Taliban that terror cannot be exported from Afghan soil to India. And I want to say one thing. When you talk to the Taliban to ensure that the people trapped there are returned back home to India safely, that is not engagement. That is not dialogue. That is not negotiation. And mind you, that is not compromise. That is simply a warning to say that we will not
if they are not returned safely, what will the government do?
Activity.
You are a spokesperson of the party that is in power. Tell us.
You know, I want to say one more thing. Since you said, I think the biggest thing
we are not in some lecture. We are not here to listen to your lecture. Point number one, point number two, point number 25. Tell us, answer the questions of the people of this country. What are you doing to bring back our citizens safely? You are saying you're warning the Taliban. What consequences have you warned them? Have you told the Taliban if you do not ensure the safety of our citizens, there will be hell to pay? Have you told the Taliban that?
Cut-off line for the CAA from December 2014 to 2021. This is what people like you who have been criticizing CAA have today done a form of fault. So let me tell you, you have no business lecturing the Modi government, and you, Abhishek,
I see, but I thought your government is giving visas to Afghan nationals who are Muslims you are letting Afghan nationals who are Muslims to come to our country. But so are they not going to get the benefit of the CAA? You have just made a case. This is why the CAA needs to be religion neutral. This is why the CAA needs to be religion neutral.
I need to get in now. Please, thank you. I need to get in now, viewers. 1 minute. A minute, please. A minute, please. Thank you. Sanju, 1 minute. Sanju, 1 minute. 1 minute. You can give me a yes or no answer. That's going to suffice, Sanju. 1 minute. 1 minute, Sanju. Give me a yes or no answer. Everyone's on the screen. Sanju, you need to listen. You need to listen now. Just give me a yes or no answer. Have you recognized the Taliban? As in, has our government recognized the Taliban? Yes or no? Have you endorsed, do you endorse the Taliban?
Of course not.
Have you given them any form of official seal or approval via the meeting in Doha?
Of course not.
Have you given any guarantee of safe passage for their terrorists?
Home, safe and sound. The answer to all your three questions is a no.
Okay. To the contrary, I also asked that, has there been any official statement, General Bakshi, from the Taliban claiming to get official seal, sanction or endorsement from the government of India? Have they made any such disclosure, General Bakshi? Not that I know of.
You know, not that I know of too, but you know, Arnab, I'd just like to state the Taliban is the antithesis of whatever we stand for as a liberal democracy. The Taliban is medieval, murderous, misogynist. You know, they are terrorists. They will always remain terrorists. We should be tough with the Taliban, and we should be as tough with the people who support the Taliban. All right? Who support that ideology. The Pakistanis are saying they have freed the Afghans from the Americans.
Just wait a minute. Atikur Rahman, are you in a hurry?
Can I please
Atikur Rahman, can you be quiet, please? Atikur Rahman, are you in a hurry? When I've told you I'll come to you later, can you be quiet for a minute? Thank you very much. It will allow me to listen to every side of the argument. Thank you.
You know, Arnab, have you seen the people of Afghanistan fleeing from the Taliban and their Sharia rule? In their thousands, they are clinging, my friend Atikur, to the tires of C-17s, falling 1,000 feet but coming again. The Taliban and its cohorts, the ISIS Khorasan, they did the blast in Kabul airport. 180 killed, 13 American Marines killed, 18 wounded. Next day, thousands of people were there again. They would rather die than live in the Taliban's Afghanistan. Would you send your daughter to Kabul, Atikur, my fellow Indian? Would you ever like to send your daughter to Kabul? You know, so that she could be, I pray to God that it never happens. You know, whipped like the Afghan women, stoned to death like the Afghan women. That is murderous bunch of lunatics. Lunatics. And Afghanistan is going to be taken back to the Stone Age. Atikur, there is going to be a humanitarian...
They are going to be taken back to the Stone Age. Because they're going to be cut off.
Okay, General Bakshi, we keep our interventions brief at this point. We're opening the debate.
Marketplace.
Viewers, on the debate, the simple question we are putting up tonight is, can we turn a blind eye to people who, out of a variety of reasons, maybe they don't like Narendra Modi as the Prime Minister of India. Maybe they are anti-BJP. Maybe they are anti-RSS, which they have a right to be. But unfortunately for this group, a fascinating fact is, Captain Alok, that being anti-BJP, being anti-Modi, sometimes takes them to the extent of being anti-India. They even become pro-Taliban to be anti-Modi.
Well said.
They become pro Hizbul Mujahideen, pro Jaish-e-Mohammed, pro Lashkar-e-Toiba out of a need to be anti-Modi. So I'm asking a simple question tonight, and my question is, can you support the Taliban without identifying yourself as a supporter of terrorism? And they go and ask, oh, but didn't Narendra Modi give official recognition to the Taliban in Doha? They did not. It may be your greatest wish. It may be your hope. It may be your heart's fervent and burning desire. And people like Abhishek Sudhir can come on my program and say that the Taliban is making us look like chicken. 1 minute. Did you watch that? Viewers, did you hear that? Everyone watching the program tonight?
Yes.
Did you hear him say that no, 1 minute you don't get away. This is my show. You don't get away by making half-witted comments like that. You said the Taliban is making India, the Indian armed forces, the people of India, and the government of India, and the army of India look like chicken. Well, I can tell you your argument.
Unleash the
everyone on now, please. Let me complete. Your argument, Abhishek Sudhir, is a bigger bird.
Let's go.
Your argument is a bigger bird called an ostrich.
You want to go for a diplomat?
Before you call our Indian army chicken, you're an ostrich.
Have a policy.
Now let me tell you, you apologize for what you said out there, Abhishek, first. You have to go down on your knees and apologize for saying that.
You are putting words in my mouth.
I didn't. I can play the record back. You be careful.
People who have served in Mogadishu, in the Indian peacekeeping forces, you will not put words in my mouth.
You just said it.
You are a disgrace, Abhishek. Stop embarrassing yourself on national television by doubting.
Sanju Verma, what are you exactly? What are you?
Have you forgotten?
You are a disgrace to this country.
2016. Have you forgotten the Balakot strike of 2019? Have you forgotten that it is thanks to India that Pakistan?
Yes, we all saw the movie. हमने सब picture देखा है भाई. आपके सर्विसेज की movie हमने
No more peripheral comments by you. I'd like to bring in Alok. I'd like to bring in Alok and Dr. Fuad Halim and Ifra Jan also into the debate. I bring to your attention. I began by saying tonight, Fuad, that in this world we call each other names. Aptards, Congis, Modi Bhakts, what-not, but I began by saying that at least now unite. You have a bigger enemy, a conglomeration of terrorist groups who will act against all of us and not discriminate for or against anyone. Syed Salahuddin says, Captain Bansal, I pray to Allah that He strengthens the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan so that they may support Kashmiris against India. They're talking of Ghazwa-e-Hind. I'm saying, Captain Alok, I think we need to decide which side we are on, and there are only two sides, for or against the Taliban.
See, I think there can be nobody who's rational who can be with Taliban, because Taliban supports an obscurantist ideology which promotes terrorism. It's an ideology that breeds terrorism. And you will see in days to come, every conceivable terrorist outfit of the region will find a safe haven in Afghanistan. So Taliban is dangerous to the people of Afghanistan. It is actually nobody, no sane person would like to, if he has a choice, would like to live in a Talibanized Afghanistan. Taliban is a threat to Afghanistan, Taliban is a threat to India, Taliban is a threat to the world at large, and Taliban is a threat to the region at large. I think no rational person can support Taliban. I have no doubts whatsoever that is concerned. At the same time, I think nobody should have any doubts about the valor of our armed forces. We are quite capable of dealing with it. But it is a danger that we cannot be oblivious to. Taliban today may be willing to talk to you because you have certain cards up your sleeves. But tomorrow, when all the resistance to Taliban in Afghanistan vanishes, if Panjshiris are also defeated, you will see these Taliban actually spreading like bees.
I saw this earlier. Dude. So Elijah McClain's people are getting charged. Colorado case. You know that? This isn't what I wanted. I guess they were live talking about it. I don't know, dude. I thought this was a story. But He had a mask on. They didn't like it. Colorado.
From around the country and around the world, we are in this breaking news alert here of a school shooting. We're going to take some of the images there from WGPH right now.
It's happening right now.
Absolutely. I appreciate your time. And so your plan is to stay here until you get a definite pickup place.
Definite pickup. I'm sweating. I've been running, trying to get down there to the school. Sweat all on my head. Looking a mess.
Yeah. Absolutely. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. She's one of a lot
Did
of
y'all
parents
know
that
there was
we've
a school
seen
shooting right now?
standing here waiting for their
North
kids.
Carolina.
It's a sentiment that everyone is sharing. They want to see their children. They want to hold their children, hug their children. It's difficult, the logistics. There's a lot of people down here trying to figure out what's going on. But I think that she shares the sentiment of every single parent that we've talked to. They just want to hold their kids and they want their kids home safe tonight. Back to you guys.
Madison, you heard right there kind of the anger that every parent would feel when they can't be with their child, and they're in the school system naturally trying to the very best ability to get them out of there safely. You recounted a moment ago about a couple of parents stopping on the corner to pray, and that's another way that people are reacting and coming together and kind of using their faith to lean on, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I mean, there's been a lot of parents that have been coming together. They've been kind of grouping up, talking to one another, sharing information. I mean, when I first arrived and I was trying to figure out what was going on, I was asking these parents what they were hearing from their kids. I said, what's going on? What have you heard? They're saying, well, this other parent is telling me this. So they're definitely all helping each other, and they're trying to get each other through this situation. But yes, there was that group of parents that was standing on the corner. They were praying. And I think, you know, when you don't have information, you don't know where to pick up your kids, and you don't know what's going on, many people are turning to faith and trying to make sure that they have something that will give them support and give them a little bit of comfort until they can get their arms back around their children. But I mean, there are still a fair amount of people you can see out on the corner. There are some people that have sat down in this driveway right over here. And it seems like these parents are just trying to figure out where their kids are. Their kids have moved locations various times within the school. You just heard from that mom that said her daughter was hiding in a closet. Then she went to the media center. There have been other people that have said their kids were hunkered down in classrooms outside of the football field. And the cafeteria she just mentioned. So everyone's kind of spread out everywhere, and until you can get those kids back on the buses and to the reunification points, I think there's just going to be a lot more questions.
Hey, remember this guy
Absolutely.
that I click on every now and then? I'm like, hey, it's this guy again. He's got a desk outside. He's got his little podcast. He has like no one watching, right? He'd have like 1 or 2 people there, if that. He got shot at, dude. One of the 7 bullets that was shot at members of the May 30th Alliance during a live Facebook recording outside of Justice Center on August 31st, 2021 at approximately 5:30 p.m. So last night at 5:30. You probably see me on this dude's page before. Crazy, man. Like that dude, that's why IRL's dangerous, man. IRL streaming is just too dangerous nowadays, because if all it takes is someone not liking you and crazy enough. Oh, here's it right here.
Police works.
So
man, these papers is getting killed. Damn, what time? It's like 5:30.
Oh, maybe not. Oh.
Oh. Man, these papers is getting killed. Damn, what time? It's like 5:30.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Damn. Okay, why did it take so long to get to him? It must have been far away, dude. Like,
man, these papers is getting killed. Damn, what time? It's like 5:30. Oh.
Interesting.
think so. We just had shots fired at us.
Wait a second. Is this
I
guy
heard it whiz by.
scamming? Interesting. He looked over there right before he said that. What time it was? Like they were trying to get shot at 5:30. Like, man, we only get like 2 viewers in here. We're gonna get shot at or something, homie.
Here they.
Shit, right here.
Oh, there it is.
I don't know, dude.
Wow.
I
The
don't think
bullet.
so. I think this is bullshit.
Don't touch it.
He could have just dropped that right there.
It hit your chair?
It hit
Where
this
did it
chair.
hit?
It hit this chair right here. It hit either chair or this. It hit one of these over here.
Wow. So we got the bullet. I don't know if you can see that.
Go. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
That's a big bullet.
I can't imagine just walking right
That
back
is a
out
big
and be like,
bullet.
"Well, it's over, guys." And like you just got shot at multiple times. I think I'd be trying to get my shit and get the fuck out of there as quickly as possible, and then like reassess what I'm doing with my life. Not just like, just got shot. Look, there's a bullet right there, dude. Crazy. Yeah, no, something sketchy about these people. Reason why I don't watch them. Every now and then I just peep in. Whatever, bro. I don't believe it. Maybe somebody just like
high school or on campus.
I don't know.
They were then taken to the hospital. Their condition is unknown as of right now.
Dude has no
They've
viewers
also
normally.
told us that parents, which have confirmed to us that there have been some rumors of
People are
maybe
desperate
one
out
or
here,
two or
man, for
three
people to come to this
that were
stream
also
because
heard.
they
Sheriff
see
Kimber
that
said
other people
that
are
there
making
was
lots
only
of
one
money
person
from
that
it,
was
and they're
actually
thinking
hit by
all I
gunfire.
need is one
The
break,
other
all I need
injuries
is
at
one
the school
viral
were
video, and then
simply
boom, we're gonna be getting paid, man. Doesn't even work like that, dude. Our video does not necessarily mean that. What's viral anyway nowadays? It's got to hit at the millions. That's not going to do that. What the hell is that? Hey, rope tie. Very odd. Daniel's rope ties. The hell? Why are there only black men wearing them? I can't believe this guy has these like models that are dappered up and everything. You know, like it's some serious effort. Or is it just him in them the whole time? We got that person, this person. Who's there? Oh. Dude, how do you get his feet through those pants? Have a zipper or something? Velcro? Velcro pant leg. For the tightest legs, you gotta get the Velcro, man. You know, you wanna do it right, baby. A big rope tie guy. He was rocking the rope tie just by himself. For how long? I can't keep scrolling rope tie, dude. I'm going crazy. So a Navy helicopter crashed and 5 people are missing too. That sucks. Oh, they still haven't found this lady? How have they not found this person, dude? The face is right there. Ridiculous.
Driving down a busy road in the middle of Nashville in the afternoon, you see the other person getting out of the car, pointing a gun right at her. Well, News Channel 5's Emily Luxon talked with the frightened woman in that car.
That's pretty wild.
It's a road thousands of people use in Nashville every day. But for one woman, a routine drive ended with a scary scene.
It wasn't anything I was expecting, and I was kind of ill-prepared, I guess, on how to respond.
The 62-year-old driver, who wants to remain anonymous, was visiting her kids in Nashville Friday afternoon when she turned off of Woodland Street to get on the interstate near Nissan Stadium. That's when she says a white van passed her and pulled in front of her.
And then it just stopped. And
I saw the
the
camera.
passenger side, that one young man got out and came out and pointed a gun at me.
Saw the camera.
Just seconds later, the man got back in the van and drove off.
I didn't know how to react, so I froze. I just absolutely froze.
The woman in the car says she doesn't know what provoked the man to pull out the gun, but she says it's a reminder for drivers to be alert and cautious and keep a safe distance from other cars.
I don't know if it's a stupid prank, mistaken identity, or what, but hope it never happens again.
The entire ordeal was captured on a dash camera the driver's daughter gave her for safety reasons. The driver says she was glad to have it when she reported the incident to Metro Police.
It provided information that I didn't recall, because I recalled very little.
While any future trips on this road will come with mixed emotions, the driver says she is grateful to be alive. Emily Luxon, News Channel 5.
It's an epidemic that's ripping families apart and cutting.
It seemed like a prank, though, how he was rolling up like that. I can't imagine anybody just doing that because of trying to be like, hey, you're riding my bumper. That's a little over the top. Simon, shut the fuck up. Dude, I'm so mad at him because yesterday, you know, all that begging needed for food and he was bugging me. I went back there last night to his litter box. I don't even know why, but there was so much fresh food that he just threw up because he ate it too quickly or something. Like he ate too much, he just puked it up. So now, like, I'm just like, dude, leave me the fuck alone with food, dude. I never know if you're just gonna gorge the hell out of yourself and puke it and then bug me all day for it. It's getting annoying, bro. 3 times a day I feed him. That should be enough. And I just gave him fish a second ago as a treat. Dude's tripping. Guy's straight tripping, dog. What's that? Oh my god. Oh, they're releasing this as an assassination attempt. They're really trying to get views out of this. Didn't work. Just oversaturated, man. Social Security will be gone by 2034. That's COVID. That's what that said. Human trafficking sting in Kentucky. Lots of people arrested. 21 people rescued. Social Security fund will run out earlier than previously thought, the government says. Oh, they thought it was going to be 2035, but now it's 2034. I see. Dude. Look at this. What is that? A cow is stuck, dude, in a tree. You ever seen a cow stuck in a tree before? After Ida, there were cows stuck in trees, dude. You can now say that. Simon, shut up! If you meow louder, it doesn't make me want to give you food. Why do you fucking think it does? I've never reinforced that. Go away. I have to unenforce it, apparently. Fuck. Or he'll just keep doing it. He went in there and was like, where? I'm just hungry, man. Shut up. I'm just like sitting here waiting on my food to be done, actually. I have oatmeal that's doing its thing. And he smells it. So he's like, you're eating? Hell yeah. Let's do this, broham. I'm so ready to eat. I'm so ready to eat with you now. And you're not eating, bitch. Get out of here. You already ate. Get out of here. You know? That's how it works. Stupid ass. So stupid. Can't we get fat on me, dude? He's already got the ritis. If he gets fat, then it gets even worse on him. And cats aren't allowed to get fat because it's bad for their kidneys or liver or something. Their bodies aren't efficient at processing fat, so if they start losing weight, it's really bad for their organ. Whichever organ, kidney or liver. Did you know? Hopefully. You don't want a fat cat. Fat cats are bad. Fat cats. Like in nature, how often do you see a fat cat? It's very against nature's way of things with the cat. You gotta fight the urge. You gotta fight that fucker. You little shit. Get away from me. You can't have food. How about you act like you need it? You just gotta throw it up. And then ask for more, even more. You're gonna be like, I threw it up. Here's the thing. He didn't just throw it up. He threw it up all over my flip-flop. Like, I swear it's the second time he likes to throw up on my shoes. And I looked it up. He's not the only cat that likes to do that. Some cats like to shit in people's shoes. With remarkable aim. Minneapolis police will no longer be conducting traffic stops for minor infractions. Traffic accident on the 95 somewhere, wherever that is. The 95. The CDC sees rapid increase of severe illnesses for ivermectin use for COVID-19. The hostages were tied to the roofs and hoods of 10 cars to act as human shields. This happened in Brazil. I saw a video of it last night in the public freakout Reddit. It was really short though. It would people just like strapped to the hood and the roof of a car as they were driving through town. A person was shooting it from above. Or if that's in here. Oh. They're taking their shoes? Weird. Somebody traveled with chicken parts. That's at the carousel. For all chicken parts.
They don't exactly explain how this happened. They do say at one point the chicken was in a cooler, probably why it has that square, compact shape. Then it somehow became, I guess you'd call it free range. TSA notes you can check raw chicken in your luggage. There's no rule against that, but they recommend you pack it maybe just a little better than that. That's a big...
I gotta use something. I think it's ready. This is the video. This is the one I saw it, maybe. What's the same video though? You can tell someone it's alive.
Via the Taliban. On the other side tonight, we've had a great response from viewers across the entire world on our coverage exposing America. More on that and an India-Pakistan debate on the other side. Don't go away.
America exposing us, dude, in India. Tamale lady. Oh, madre de...
focusing on European defense planning. But I do think that there's a
since the inflation kept on rising, things
accusing him of cheating. Players have overwhelmingly supported the Scots' view.
Come through the United Nations. So there must be a refreshment of the UN.
Tankers through Russia's frozen northern seas, but in the summer,
the UNAMA mandate, but certainly work has begun behind the scenes already amongst colleagues. I think what we need to do is to make sure that there is a firm foundation for the work of the UN going forward, even if it's not a foundation that we can say will be the definitive one for a longer term perspective. The work clearly has to go on, if only to reinforce the point I made earlier about the need for humanitarian access, the need to ensure that the work of the UN on the ground in terms of human rights, the protection of women and girls in particular, can continue. So I know that there will be, on Ireland's part, certainly a prioritisation of looking at those aspects. I think that we will want to hear from the Secretary General about what his own team on the ground are telling him in terms of their own capacities. We need to see how many UN staff are in Afghanistan and what their capacity to work with the new regime will be. And of course, by then, we hope there will be some form of, if you like, institutional interaction, because until now, we haven't seen a government emerge from the Taliban. And depending on what that looks like, we will have to take stock and consider how we manage the discussion. I think you can take it that we will be ambitious in the way that we chair. We will listen also, I think, importantly, to the voice of regional countries. We want to hear from the neighbours, from the neighbourhood. It's an important opportunity for us to take stock of all views as we go to work on the UNAMA mandate. On Iran, you're right, we are the facilitators of JCPOA, and we have been working quietly behind the scenes, always with that objective of seeing this absolutely unprecedented and rather extraordinary diplomatic achievement put back on the rails. We want to see all parties back fully participating in the JCPOA. We've gone into a period post-election in Iran of just a wait and see. We want to see the work in Vienna start again. We certainly want to see the Iranians stop their enrichment program and get back into respect of the IAEA safeguards. We tell our Iranian friends that. Others tell them that. It's an important part of the wider picture. I just finish on the point that there are no plans at the moment for anything major. Of course, the contacts in the course of High Level Week will be critical. There is a huge degree of support to all the parties to get back to the table on the JCPOA. I think, I mentioned to you nuclear non-proliferation in my introductory remarks. I think it's not just a nuclear non-proliferation issue, although it is, of course, at its core to contain a nuclear ambition, but it's absolutely a regional security issue. And we see huge potential positive spillover were we to get the JCPOA back on track. We think that the entire region could benefit from that in so many ways. So we're full steam behind this. Minister Simon Coveney maintains his contacts with all of the actors on a regular basis, and he will also be here, hopefully, COVID allowing, in High Level Week. I have no doubt it will be an issue he will be addressing while he's here.
Thanks, Ambassador. Next up is going to be David from Bloomberg, and then Brian O'Donovan from Radio Telefís Éireann. After that, I will go online to take 3 questions from those who are first in the chat on the WebEx, and then we're going to come back in the room where there is still lots of interest, so lots to get through. Thanks very much. David.
Thank you so much for doing this. Ambassador, the last time the Taliban ruled over Afghanistan, it was recognized by maybe a handful of countries. Do you expect it to be different this time around? And secondly, if Afghanistan doesn't deliver on some of those issues that you mentioned, the litmus test specifically on girls and women, what are some of the tools that the Security Council could use to send a signal to the Taliban on that? Thank you.
Thanks, David. Well, look, you ask a handful recognised, will it be different? My question is, will the Taliban be different? And I think that's the real question. We have had, statements from them suggesting they have evolved in some way. We haven't yet seen the evidence of that. From what we hear from the UN, from what we see on the ground, and from past behaviour. There's no sign that there's a different Taliban, certainly in relation to a marker for any society, in my view, which is the way women and girls are treated. So we'll wait and see what is different in their behaviour. I'll repeat myself, vague assurances won't buy recognition. We will need to see exactly what kind of regime we are dealing with. And I think in any general discussions I've had with members of the Council, the question of recognition is not a question I would expect to deal with tomorrow morning as President of the Council. Is there a red line issue? I think human rights, when you come to speaking as Ireland, certainly human rights and respect for international law are red line issues. There are, if you want to take your place among the nations of the earth and to lead a country, you respect international law, respect international humanitarian and human rights law, and they're the measures that we will use going forward. So, as I said, trust is earned. It's not something that, or indeed engagement, has to be earned. So we will be watching.
Thanks, Ambassador. Brian from RTE.
Ambassador, last month the US asked that politicians in member states not travel here for the month of September to avoid any kind of super spreader event. You've announced a visit by the Foreign Minister, the Taoiseach, and then another visit by the Foreign Minister. What was the thinking there, and could those appearances not have been done virtually? Thank you.
Well, thanks, Brian. Certainly any travel to the United States, as I understand it, by any Irish government minister will be subject to COVID protocols, to the advice from the host country and indeed to the advice of our own authorities back in Dublin. I know the Foreign Minister and the Taoiseach are watching that. We would love to have them here. We want to see them in the chair at this moment, which is a momentous moment for Ireland, but I know they will absolutely respect all COVID protocols. The UN itself is going to manage in a more limited way. As you know, there will be some virtual hybrid meetings, not of the Security Council, but the way we work in the Security Council since we went back to in-person meetings is that we can't have half virtual and half in person, so we don't do that. We want to run an open and transparent Security Council, and it would be our hope that COVID will allow Irish ministers, particularly the Foreign Minister and the Taoiseach, to be with us at this really important time.
Thanks, Ambassador. I'm going to take 3 questions from cyberspace with the indulgence of the technicians, starting with Philippe from AFP. Go ahead, Philippe. We'll see if we can hear you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador, for this briefing. A follow-up on Afghanistan and the UNAMA mandate. If I understood well, you are not looking for technical renewal for this mandate. And do you know if there is already some talks with the Taliban about what they want? Thank you.
Thanks, Philippe. And if it's possible to turn up the volume slightly in the room, it's just a little bit hard to hear at the front. But Ambassador, we'll go to you, and I'm going to go back to Arab News, Ephraim and Pam Falk online before coming back to the room. But over to you, Ambassador.
Oh, Philippe, thank you. I wouldn't like to anticipate what the nature of the decision will be on the UNAMA mandate. I think that we really need to have the discussion on the 9th of September. As you know, the mandate proper runs until the 17th of September. And I think I was hinting earlier on that, you know, I see you there, Philippe, things change hour by hour in Afghanistan. So I think it would be rather unusual if I were to anticipate exactly what will happen. What a technical rollover looks like, whether it's in terms of a period of time or in terms of the content of the mandate, we will have to discuss that, obviously, with all of the members of the Council. The pen holders have already begun to do some of that work, Norway and Estonia, and we are engaging individually with Council members. So I wouldn't preempt what the outcome will be, other than to say it will be a very serious stock take that we will do. I think a really important debate that we will have on the 9th, and then we will need to assess what the best outcome is. The Secretary-General, I've already had discussion with him about this, ongoing engagement with him, with Ramiz and others on the ground to know exactly what is needed and how they would see it's manageable. That we, if you think of the name of the mandate, it's the UN Assistance Mission. We want to ensure that that assistance is under constrained and complicated circumstance is the best we can make it. And as to what the Taliban want, I'm afraid my answer is I don't know. We haven't seen yet what the Taliban intend to say they are as a government, and we haven't yet seen a program for their interests. I'm sure that they will realize very quickly, with an economy that's imploding, with a humanitarian situation that's dire, and with a population, you know, we've seen the media coverage of people queuing up to get cash, with hundreds of thousands of their citizens displaced and trying to get across borders. They have a very complicated situation, and I didn't even mention ISIL-K. So, you know, we know that what the Taliban will want, I'm sure, in leading a country is to try and manage some stability, but I won't go further than that.
Thanks, Ambassador. Merci, Philippe. Now I'm going to go to Ephraim from Arab News and then Pam before coming back to the room. So, Ephraim, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Owen. Always good to see you, Madam Ambassador. I have a question on Syria. Many people who are working on the Syrian files, including academics, human rights defenders, activists, seem to be frustrated that such a tremendous amount of energy was spent last year over the humanitarian delivery mechanisms, which many believe should be a no-brainer, at the expense of other equally, if not more important issues, more thorny issues, such as detainees, the forcibly disappeared, and the political process as well. As a co-pen holder of the Syrian humanitarian file, do you envision a way in which the Security Council could settle the issue of humanitarian delivery mechanism once and for all, and take the focus and invest it in those other issues that seem to have been stalling for a while? Thank you.
Well, thank you. I wouldn't disagree with the underlying premise of your question, which is, can't we surely get the humanitarian issues right and move on to trying to solve this decade-old horrific crisis? We did our utmost, as you know, with Norway to get that humanitarian resolution agreed. It was a tough, hard climb, hard won, and we got one crossing, Bab al-Hawa, kept open. I'm delighted that it was kept open. We're seeing now food and medical supplies delivered to 3.5 million people behind that line. And as we approach winter, it's unthinkable that we wouldn't have that cross-border mechanism up and running in operation. It's absolutely required. And I just want a little parenthesis here to say there was actually a wonderful development this week, but we don't see much coverage of it, that the cross-line deliveries have started. It was the first, we've seen two, I think, in the last couple of days. I think there was one yesterday as well. WFP delivering from Aleppo into Idlib. We're seeing food arrive cross-line. That has been an ongoing bugbear and concern that we couldn't seem to manage. I think the resolution was directly a contributory factor in that, so I'm delighted to see that happen. We want to get on to deal with both the political solution. Geir Pedersen coming up to his 6th Constitutional Committee outing soon, and we're seeing really no progress there. We pushed that in the last meeting of the Security Council. We'll continue to push for engagement by the Syrian government. But when it comes to the issues you raised on detainees, forcibly displaced people, people who have been disappeared, we are big supporters, of course, of the IIIM mechanism. We insist that all those who have perpetrated these horrendous crimes be brought to justice, and we are fully part of the part of the council that speaks to that point every time. We don't see things in an eclipsed way. The big picture here is a horrific one. It's a desperate crisis, and it's gone on too long. And if I'm honest, I don't think the council, Qua Council, has shown itself to be up to the job, certainly on Syria. Thanks.
Thanks. And the final question from online goes to Pam in CBS.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Ambassador, for the briefing. We're looking forward to the month. It's Pam Falk from CBS. My question first is, on September 23rd, what is your expectation? Can you flesh it out on the climate and security meeting? It is during high-level week, so do you expect some heads of state there? Do you expect some product out of it? And on a totally different subject, on the Afghanistan resolution, can you explain this, why it ended up with safe passage rather than safe zone as the UK and France had first announced it? Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks, Pam. On the question of climate and security, it's an elevated, high-level discussion, and we will have our Taoiseach, COVID allowing, in the chair on the day. We would love to see other heads of state and government present, and we have some indications there will be a number of them still in New York at that time. So we're looking forward to that discussion. It's a contested issue at the table, as you know. Not everyone recognises the impact of climate on peace and security, and we want to use this debate to open up the issue. We know, we can see in very specific areas, we're all familiar with the SIDS and Sahel, and we speak to those as the fragile contexts that take the brunt of climate insecurity. But actually, if you look at some of the other regions of the world, like Somalia, or indeed look to Myanmar, fragile, conflict-ridden countries, they are very high on the index of climate challenged countries. So we're seeing this link right across the agenda of the Council, and we want to advance the work of the Council in the first instance, in country-specific instances, to better understand what is this interaction, how does it affect what we're dealing with by way of effort at the Council to improve the fragile context. Will there be a product? I hope that there will be a product. We're not aiming for a product on the day, and I can be clear about that. It's not a negotiation of a resolution that we have this debate for. We want to get the political message from that high level, and we'll assess what the messaging is after that debate. We're working on this very closely, as you know, with Niger, Ireland and Niger pair on a number of issues on the Council, hunger and conflict being one indeed, which is not irrelevant in Tigray. But when it comes to looking at climate and security, we have advanced the work at an expert level quite considerably this year, from a base that was, if you think this time last year, there was no working group per se on climate and security. So we've moved the issues along. We've done it in a constructive way, in a cooperative way around the Council. We have certainly the majority of countries in the Council who would be like-minded on the risks of not paying attention to climate and security. So I would like to think it's a moment where the Council, it's probably past time that the Council actually expressed its views on this, but we'll try and do it in a way that we bring everyone along with us. So we'll wait and see when that will be.
Thanks,
yeah, I'm sorry, you did ask me.
Thank you.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah. Thanks, Ambassador. We only have about 9 minutes left. There's still a lot of interest in the room, and I'm going to start with the order I have you written down, but just so in the interest of transparency, I'm going to go to Kirsten from Al Jazeera. There's two ladies at the back who've had their hands up from the beginning, so I'll go to them, and then I have Frank and Evelyn, and I'm seeing some new hands as well. But starting with Kirsten, and we'll fit in as many as we can. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Kristen Salumi from Al Jazeera English. Edie asked about pressure points on Afghanistan. Ambassador Woodward, after the meeting, talked about sanctions, either the lifting of sanctions or imposing new ones as a possible pressure point to use against the Taliban. I'm wondering if you think that's realistic, given what we saw with China and Russia on the initial statement. Do you see that as a viable tool? And there are those in the NGO community, women's rights groups who are calling for even stronger action in terms of a peacekeeping force in Afghanistan. Is that something that you could contemplate in the future for Afghanistan? Thanks.
Well, thank you. Look, you know, when it comes to imposing or lifting sanctions, our view is always that sanctions are not an end in themselves. They're just an instrument to be used in specific cases. And I think it's a little early to start thinking about what our precise Security Council positions will be. One thing that I want to say, as Ireland certainly, is that anywhere, and particularly in the context of European Union and sanctions, anywhere we are engaged in sanctions, we are absolutely clear that there are humanitarian carve-outs in those sanctions. And I think as you look to the current situation in Afghanistan, I've heard the Secretary General very clearly say the pressures on the Afghan society, on their economy, on access to food, etc., is so extraordinary that we would need to be very, very careful about making that situation worse. And I think as Ireland, we would look very carefully at what the best instruments are. Not always sanctions. In some cases, we absolutely believe we like targeted sanctions, sanctions typically imposed on individuals who have in some way, in many cases, committed criminal activity. So we are much more concerned right now with the humanitarian and the basic human rights situation. I think talk about a peacekeeping force, there is, as it were, a loose talk around about it, and I understand why. When I came to the UN, the then Irish Taoiseach said that the blue helmet was as important to the Irish people as the harp, and that's true. So we are peacekeepers at heart, but I think it's important that we make sure that where we deploy our peacekeepers, there's a clear, first of all, a welcome that they can actually get on the ground and work. We don't know what the situation would be, but also a capacity. So I think it's for a longer term discussion. I think all the UN assistance that's possible for Afghanistan should be available, but I think it's premature to talk right now about a peacekeeping operation.
Thanks very much, Ambassador. I'm going to go to the second last row, starting on my left, and then we're coming to you afterwards. I'm sorry that I don't know your names. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Here at the back. Betül Yürük, Turkish news agency, Anadolu. A couple of questions on Afghanistan, if I may. Who do you think should represent Afghanistan during the high-level week, starting in 3 weeks? And you also said that women, peace and security will be at the center during your presidency. Do you have any plans to invite Afghan women to one of those meetings? Thank you.
Well, on the question of who should represent Afghanistan during high-level week, we still have an accredited ambassador here, and that ambassador's credentials, as far as I'm aware, have not been contested. So I would expect the ambassador to represent his country at the high-level week. On WPS, we will be bringing the voices of young women. I've already worked very closely myself with Afghan women, with the Afghan Women Leaders Network. I've engaged with them. We've indeed had women from Northern Ireland who were peace builders extraordinaire work with Afghan women in the past. So I would hope we will have the voice of some Afghan
on power
restoration
restoration, as nearly
month, yes.
1 million customers in Louisiana, more than 40% of the state remain without power in the middle of a
heat advisory. While progress has been made in Mississippi since yesterday, 30,000 customers there still do not have electricity, and power restoration in parts of Louisiana could take weeks as crews assess the full extent of power system damage. To help accelerate these efforts, the President spoke with CEOs of the largest energy companies in the Gulf Coast yesterday and committed the full weight of the federal government to providing resources wherever they are needed. As part of that, the federal government is sharing aerial and satellite imagery to support damage assessments, helping with debris removal and traffic control so restoration workers and equipment can get access to downed wires and poles, and expediting permitting for rerunning of transmission cable across the Mississippi River and for standing up transmission towers. Federal personnel from DOE, the Army Corps of Engineers, and across government are on the ground assisting efforts, along with, as I've noted previously, 25,000 linemen. Lack of power and damage to the healthcare facilities in Louisiana remains a significant problem. We are prioritizing the deployment of generators to locations most in need, and about 1,800 patients as of today have been evacuated from healthcare facilities with the help of additional ambulances that were pre-staged by FEMA. Cell service also remains an issue, as it has been over the course of the last couple of days, and the FCC is working directly with wireless carriers and has deployed staff to Louisiana to prioritize recovery efforts. We know this has been incredibly difficult, continues to be for many people who had to evacuate because of the storm, and we continue to encourage individuals from impacted areas in Louisiana to apply for federal assistance. More than 31,000 households in Louisiana have already received a one-time $500 payment to support critical needs as a result of the major disaster declaration the President approved. I'd also note, this just went out, but in case you haven't seen it, on Friday the President will travel to New Orleans, Louisiana to survey storm damage from Hurricane Ida and meet with state and local leaders from impacted communities. We're just finalizing the details of this trip, so as more become available, we'll share them with all of you. Also wanted to note that today, the White House and agencies across the federal government, including HUD, Treasury, and the Federal Housing Finance Authority, are announcing steps that will create, preserve, and sell approximately 100,000 additional affordable homes over the next 3 years, with an emphasis on lower and middle ends of the market. These steps leverage existing authorities and dedicate additional resources to affordable housing. Specifically, they will boost the supply of quality, affordable rental units by increasing the financing available through HUD, Treasury, and FHFA programs for affordable and targeted housing production, including a relaunch of the Federal Financing Bank's risk-sharing program, expanded support for low-income housing tax credit, and increasing access to the Capital Magnet Fund. This will boost the supply of manufactured housing and 2 to 4 unit properties by expanding financing through Freddie Mac, which, along with existing policies, will enable more Americans to purchase homes. Last item, sorry, there's a lot going on today. Today, the White House, Treasury, and Code for America, a civic technology nonprofit, announced the launch of a new mobile-friendly and bilingual child tax credit (CTC) sign-up tool that is mobile-friendly and available in Spanish to make it even easier for more Americans who do not regularly file taxes to claim their child tax credit. And as you know, this has been an ongoing effort of this White House and the administration to reach every single person we can who's eligible, even if they are non-filers. We will link this new tool through child tax. This tax season, Treasury remains committed to creating a permanent, fully resourced, multilingual, and mobile-friendly government sign-up tool. That is a process that is underway. That is all I have to highlight for you this morning or this afternoon. Go ahead, kick us off.
Great, thanks, Jen. 2 subjects. First on COVID. In Louisiana, state data suggests that about 10% of hospitalized patients are vaccinated. Is it still accurate to call COVID a pandemic of the unvaccinated? And could that phrase that's been deployed frequently by the White House possibly be counterproductive at this stage to protecting some Americans?
Well, I would say first, we continue to track data closely through the CDC and all of our health and medical experts who do show that across the country, the vast majority of those who are hospitalized, vast majority, are individuals who have not been vaccinated. Though. That has not changed. And any health and medical expert, whether it's Dr. Fauci, Dr. Collins, Dr. Walensky, will tell you that vaccination is very effective in protecting from hospitalization and death and serious illness. That is our objective, is to save more lives. So that hasn't changed our messaging.
Secondly, obviously in Texas with the law with regard to abortion, the president said in a statement he will protect and defend Roe versus Wade. How does the administration plan to do that?
Well, we put out a statement from the president this morning, but let me just reiterate some of the key points, and I will, of course, answer your question. As the president said this morning, this extreme Texas law blatantly violates the constitutional right established under Roe v. Wade and upheld as precedent for nearly half a century. It will significantly impair women's
a very special guest, I'm pleased to say, someone who is no stranger to this briefing room, someone who is no stranger to many of you. Our Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs, Toria Nuland, will offer some remarks at the top, and then she will look forward to taking your questions, and then we'll proceed with our regularly scheduled programming from there. So without further ado, Undersecretary Nuland.
Thanks, Ned. It is an experience to be back in this room again with old friends and new. I want to just start today by offering a heartfelt welcome home to our diplomats who, along with their military intelligence colleagues, have just recently returned home from Kabul. To Ambassador John Bass, who I had a chance to greet at Dulles yesterday. To Ambassador Ross Wilson, who's returning today after serving as our chargé d'affaires since January of last year, and to the hundreds of other U.S. diplomats, military colleagues, and intelligence colleagues who helped on the ground.
Not like this. Nope. I gotta go. 5 viewers. I'm fucking gone. I'm going. Not your fault. My fault. I suck at streaming, but I gotta fucking go. Fuck this dumb shit. Just fucking said y'all fucking aren't talking! You fucking shitheads. No wonder the shit's dying. You're fucking saying like one thing every hour at this point. Fuck y'all. You fucking good for nothing shithead motherfuckers. 0 donos, 0 fucking people talking. Fuck you. Fucking idiots. Fuck you. Fuck you, man. Fuck you!
ugly motherfucker. You're one 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 ugly motherfucker. 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 Soy boys, 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 soy boys,